What's up, fight fans? We are back at it with another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I'm always your host, Edwin. Where do all fights start?
Round one.
You know it. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of interesting stories here and the top headlines in boxing. So stay tuned. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. And we can talk boxing here at Round One Sports TV. Let's get right into this episode. What's up, guys? And the new. Listen.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
Woohoo! Y'all see him. Santiago, man, he pulled it off out there in Japan, boy. And we gotta give the man a shout out. He became a unified world champion. He has the WBO and the WBA strap. It was a hard fought fight out there in Japan where that I saw the action go back and forth. I have to admit it was a pretty close fight. But he was landing his fair shots on his opponent. And let's see here. Oh no, that's Donaire there. Where do I have him at? Can't find him. Let's see here. Okay, bam, right here. Now, Tatsumi Takami. Damn, man, I'll be messing up his name. I'm sorry that I tried, right? But this Japanese fighter right here was no joke. He came in there with a low boxing record, and these Japanese guys are like hot out the gate right now. They're on fire. Multiple of them are world champions down there in the lower weight division, and even in the attendance in the crowd, Naoya Inoue and his kid brother Takuna Inoue and his dad Shingo sat there and watched the fights with Nonito Donaire headlining the event. We'll get right into that. But the young man pulled it off from Puerto Rico, and I'm really happy. What's up, Carlos? How you doing? Towers, what's up? How you doing? And I'm happy for the young man. And this is another unification for Puerto Rican fighters. Can we get that one guy to become undisputed and get some of these other fighters and other champions to come and fight us? So Santiago, man, he went out there, man, into enemy's territory, and not once but twice. This man, he's out there and he's fighting Japanese fighters, man. They're calling him the Japanese assassin right now, So the young man, it really did his thing, man, and congratulations to him. And I can't wait to see more of you. So yes. And to the main event, what can I say, man, to the main event, right? Let's see here. Donaire. Man, listen. He really like turned back the hands of time. Donaire, wait, hold up, boom. Donaire fought in Japan for the WBA World Championship. And let me tell you, his opponent, a very game durable champion, worthy champion, a small record. He came into the fight, I believe, with like 12 fights and 8 knockouts or something like that, right? And Donaire's a seasoned vet, a multiple division world champion. But wait, he's 43 years old. And what I saw from Donaire in that fight against that Japanese dude, let me tell you something right now. I saw Donaire taking that dude to school. Donaire, listen, man, I don't like to say this, because I have to judge Donaire for what he brought to the fight. And I don't want to say that if you would have put the Donaire at 36 years old that fought Naoya the Monster and Nui, if you put him in the ring with that guy today, Donaire beats him. All right? Donaire beats him. And that speaks to the quality of and durability of a fighter like Nonito Donaire. He's the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Nonito, bro, he is the real deal. Okay? We didn't know it then, and we didn't know it when he fought Anturian, right? I didn't know that he was gonna turn out to have a 24-year career. That's incredible. 24 years in a professional boxing, taking punches, going out through multiple divisions. Listen, for me to Nonito Donaire, you have nothing, and I mean nothing, to hang your head down. You fought that guy in Japan better than most young fighters in that division currently today. The version of Nonito Donaire at 43 years old, with all that experience, yes, I think that he might have lost a step, but what he lost in like his gas tank and being able to keep up with the young boys, boy, his experience and his timing and his selection of punches, the where and the when, is fucking masterful. Masterful. You know, the shit that he understands. And I could believe that at some point in that fight, Nonito was saying to himself, man, if I only had it to kick it into that next level so that I could really give it to this kid. Because I don't think the Japanese dude was giving in Donaire anything he couldn't handle. Donaire seemed like at the end he was a little reserved, but I did give him the 11th round. I did give Nonito the 11th round. I thought he beat him there. I I actually thought Nonito edged the fight out in my scorecard. I thought that Nonito did enough. Listen, there was a lot of sneaky rounds in this fight, but Nonito really took over the fight. Like the fourth, fifth, yo, when he staggered him, Nonito's staggered him, right? Boom. And I think that's when he broke his nose. I don't know if his nose was actually broken. The next round, the Japanese dude didn't even want to engage with him. Nonito was piecing him up, right? So there was a lot of big rounds for Nonito, right? And I'm not sure you can award it in 10-8 round. No, no, because the Japanese dude was fighting him back. So although he suffered a lot of damage and took a round off in the later rounds, you know, when we started getting to like 7, 9, I mean 8, 9, 10, like that. Um Nonito, the Japanese dude got another like burst because see, he knew his coach, his corner was probably telling him, he's 43 years old. You just push him, just push him, just push him. And Nonito, the way he paced himself under that pressure, you know, look, give me Nonito, that kid's age, he's done. He's done. He's done. He ain't that Japanese dude ain't no Nonito at his age. Nah, he ain't gonna do it. Because, well, I'm kind of thinking about Nonito at that age, this smart. You know what I mean? I would have to think about him that age of what he knew. Nonito was always dangerous. He had a great check hook, a good right hand. The man can fight. And real sneaky body shots. He utilized everything in the book to fight this kid in Japan. I was impressed. I was impressed. What Nonito Donaire does from here, I don't know. Um, but he gave a great account of himself. That much I have to admit. He gave a great account of himself. So for that, I was like, damn, bro. Let me catch up to you guys. What's this right here? What's he say? What up, Tiles? What's up, front line? Carlos says it's been a good day. It's been a good day. Right now, I was just watching. What's up, guys? Y'all talking to each other. All right, let me see what I hear. Huh? Subriel Matias. Oh, he got the picture of him. Chino. Okay. Salud Sports. No soy muy bueno leyendo español, pero el compay mío, Frontline, pronto vengará al canal y te lea el mensaje. Pero si lo puede escribir en inglés, mejor todavía. Yo, so, but thank you, Chino, for uh texting in the chat. So, what's up, Koki? How you doing, brother? Yo, so and then so that we had that conclude, as far as fights, Nonito Donaire, he really showed that you know, uh with taking care of yourself throughout your 24-year career and staying with boxing, not blowing up in between fights, and really keeping, he proved and he showed that you can stay active in the sport of boxing and have longevity in the sport. Now, depending how fighters take punches and damage and how good they were and they fared against their opponent also has to do with the longevity of their career. I also understand that. But Nonito Donaire, as far as physical attributes to the fighting game, he has proven that if you stay dedicated to boxing, and whether you have a fight scheduled or not, you're doing some kind of training, staying within your limits of your weight division. He's had a pretty more than average career, Nonito Donaire, and I believe he will go to the Hall of Fame when it's all said and done. Whenever the man decides to hang up the gloves, but yeah, he definitely really got my respect for a 43-year-old man in that weight division. Now, 45 years old, like George Foreman in the heavyweight division, where you don't cut weight and you're just a massive guy and it's kind of like hard punches type shit. I would think that would be dangerous. Yeah, because George is going to take punches from a young heavyweight, right? Um, so rightfully so. But man, at this weight, when you're cutting weight and you're fighting the top guy, the world champion at 43, that's got to be commended. That's got to be commended. And my man, listen, I know, shit, I lost an amateur fight and I felt like shit for weeks. No matter how many times people told me, you did great, this and that, I can imagine what it's like losing a world title. You don't want to hear that you did good. You want to hear that you won. Nonito Donaire is such a competitor that the win is all he's looking for. And it's like at this point in his life, he has to be careful, Nonito. Uh, you know, pushing the envelope too much. At some point, you will have to pay the ultimate price for boxing. But it's always good to keep moving. He doesn't have to stop. He could always keep training and maybe pass along the things he learned to other young men and women. I don't know. But listen, respectfully so, fucking warrior, bro. No need to Donaire, man. I just can't say enough. I really can't. I really can't. And it goes to show you, man, this guy wasn't done a long time ago. He was still knocking out young champions, undefeated champions, and this kid goes down in his resume too as an undefeated champion. So it's a good name on your resume, Nonito. You always want the win, of course. You always want the win, but it is what it is, and you live to fight another day. Okay. And Jake Paul right now has just taken Netflix is wrapping up the Jake Paul uh, press conference, the last press conference, I would imagine. So we're in the 17th, the fight's on the 19th. Alicia Bungard was up there and she was going back and forth with Dubois' sister and shit. Did you see her? Yo, she's like, yo, I want to see. Yo, let's see. Let's see what happens. Yo, and Shaniqua Johnson, man, listen, from me to you, come on, Round One Sports Talk, baby. Listen, we need to talk, sweetie. Uh, Look, you are something else. You are just a dangerous cupcake, aren't you? You're like a dangerous snack. You know you shouldn't fuck with it, right? But it's so good and tempting, right? Oh my God. Listen, and no disrespect. I mean that all with love, of course. You know what I'm saying? I'm completely joking and shit when, in my humorous way, but I'm not joking when I say, listen, I like what I see. I like her fighting style. I like how she, the competitor that she is and everything. And Elisa Bungard too. She's trying to make her stake for the face of women's boxing. And Jake Pauls is putting this card together right here, and it really showcases um, a lot of variety of boxing, women boxing, male boxing, uh, uh, interesting fights, I would say. I don't want to downplay the card. Uh, Anders Silva versus Tyron Woodley, two former opponents of Jake Paul's. In fact, both of them lost to Jake Paul. Tyron Woodley got knocked out. I believe Anders Silva got knocked down, but he got back up, right? But two legends in the UFC. Both, if we were talking UFC, this would be a different conversation. But we're talking boxing. Okay. So I would say interesting fights. That's it, to say the least. So I just saw that um, Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul sized up, and you could see the clear size advantage. And you could see that Jake Paul is trying to get into Anthony Joshua's head. He's like leaning over, looking at him, trying to say he's fat, go like this and that, right? Because in actuality, Jake Paul rushed this fight along. This fight was just last month. He was supposed to be fighting Tank Davis. I was in New York City on a press conference for Jake Paul and Tank Davis. So getting Joshua off of his couch, I don't know what the fuck Joshua was doing. He can say whatever the hell he wants. Boxers are always going to say that. No, I was in the gym. Yeah, I'm ready. Bullshit. Since your last fight, you've probably been on a vacation. And since Anthony Joshua, naturally, just look at him. The fucking guy looks like a specimen. He's like jacked, like a bodybuilder that can fight. Anthony Joshua, right? So he always looks like that. So looking over the surface, he looks like Anthony Joshua. But preparation, is Anthony Joshua ready? And is Anthony Joshua banking on the fact that, bro, 30% of AJ will whoop fucking Jake Paul's ass? Just 30% of them. He doesn't have to be 100%. He didn't need a whole training camp. He don't need none of that shit. Did you say Jake Paul? He signed me the fuck. I'll start training today. Maybe AJ felt that way. Maybe he felt that way. Maybe he said to himself, are you guys like when they put him on an AJ and the Saudi prince put him on a mission? That was a hit. Take Francis Ngannou the fuck out of here. Out of boxing. Because we sent Tyson Fury to do the job and he almost fumbled the bag. He was that close from fumbling the bag. And he embarrassed himself. And he made Francis Ngannou look like a superior fighter, athlete. He transitioned one fight, fought the world champion, and took him the distance and dropped him in the fight. What a storyline. What a storyline. Yo, do me a favor, hit that like button for me. Just reach down, hit that real quick. So, what did the Saudi prince do? He got the right man for the job. He said, AJ, go out there and end this tomfoolery. I don't want to see Francis Ngannou and the UFC no more.
A few moments later.
Knockout. Knocked him out, packed him up. He was gone. I was on the Boxing Voice a few months ago, right? I'm not sure when it was, and Turkey came on the show. It was a pretty like great interview, and I was like, oh shit, Turkey, right? So he got to talking exactly about this situation. What did Turkey talk about on the Boxing Voice? He said, if he called the, instead of Jake Paul, he called the, what he called him? He said, if Jack Paul, I was crying. He was fucking up his name. You all think I mess up names. Turkey was messing up Jake Paul's name the entire show. He said, if Jack Paul, right, fights AJ, I want him to fight Anthony Joshua. And if Anthony Joshua can't beat AJ, I know that Anthony Joshua would be finished. Done. So what he did was he actually got this fight to fucking happen. And we were saying on the Boxing Voice, Jake Paul ain't gonna take this fight against AJ. AJ will kill him. He ain't taking it. And yo, he took the fight. So once again, Turkey Al-Ashi, he's been wanting to eliminate Jake Paul out of boxing, Turkey. You know why? Because Jake Paul is a threat. Jake Paul is one of the only single entities in all of boxing that is thriving. He's probably the only one. He's an anomaly, Jake Paul. And he's a problem because he's taking away contracts, business, money, networks, Netflix from us. Turk must be saying, because everything that Jake has, if Turk had it, he would have more control. But Jake Paul has his own movement. He's doing his own thing. He has his own fighters signed to MVP. The women, everything, the Netflix deals. He's throwing these spectacle of fights, and they don't like it. They do not like it. So Jake Paul is gambling against himself right now. He's betting on himself, basically. And if he can pull this shit off, oh my God, the Jake Paul brand, the brand of Jake. Yo, that shit was, Jake Paul mania would go crazy. Listen, people would wake up the next day and say that Jake Paul would beat Mike Tyson in his prime, Lennox Lewis. He would be the greatest heavyweight champion to ever live. Yo, people would lose their mind. Yo, I would walk down the street and dudes would they don't know nothing about boxing. The one thing they're gonna know, Jake Paul's the greatest fighter that ever lived. That's what they're gonna say. Mark my words. I don't think he's gonna pull it off. Nah, I don't think he can beat AJ. I think AJ's right and wanting to think that, whether he thought it or not, but I'm thinking for him. And I'm saying that if I was AJ, that kind of man, and I accomplished that much, and this guy challenged me to fight him, all 4, 5 foot, 10 of them, 9 of them, whatever he is, I'm this fucking 6'4" knockout fucking heavyweight champion. I'm not old. 30% shit from my Olympic fucking run, my amateur run, to bro. AJ forgot more about boxing than Jake Paul knows. He's forgotten more about boxing than Jake Paul has ever experienced. 30% of AJ will beat the shit out of fucking 100% Jake. Matter of fact, this ain't fair to say, but it's the truth. 15-year-old Mike Tyson would beat Jake Paul right now. Right now. The best version of Jake Paul. 15-year-old. You ever see 15-year-old Mike Tyson fight? If you haven't, Google that shit. Amateur boxing, 15-year-old Mike Tyson. 15 years old. Go watch what he looks like. Look at Mike Tyson at 15. He looks like Jake Paul right now. Yo, shit. Mike was a fucking... at 15, he had no filter. He was a seek and destroy. Jesus Christ. He beat the shit out of Jake Paul right now. See, Jake Paul is getting to be a bit more seasoned, yes. I expect Jake Paul to be better prepared than he was his last outing. The only thing is, there's levels to boxing. And I have to acknowledge that. I have to acknowledge levels. You start going down that what if, just maybe, you're going to start to really fuck up your perception of what you know to be true. Because you're allowing yourself to be like, what if? Nah, I'm not doing that shit. I'm going by what boxing has taught me my entire life. Experience, there's levels to this. And that's the truth. Skills pay the bills. All these phrases. Throughout my years of watching boxing, fighting myself, covering boxing, there are some certain things I will not avoid and ignore. Just to, Fantasy Island. Just what if the underdog can do it? I get it. That's there. If you want to focus on that, go ahead and drown your own boxing thoughts. By the fucking time you get out of that, you won't know who to pick. And you want to done tricked your damn self. There's nothing that tells me Jake Paul can win this fight. No. No, absolutely not. I don't think that AJ is a damaged fighter. Not on the level for Jake Paul. If he was refighting Dubois, we'd be having a total different conversation. If he was fighting the top 10 heavyweight, depending who it is, we probably have a different conversation. But he's fighting Jake Paul. Jake Paul is too small, I think. You can say to yourself, well, Mike Tyson wasn't a big heavyweight. Jake Paul ain't no Mike Tyson. He ain't even close. He doesn't have that. I think AJ's going to control him with the jab. He's going to hurt him and he's going to put him away late. When we remember and we look back to Jake Paul's last fight, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. started to apply a lot of pressure late in the fight, and Jake Paul started to fade. And Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was tagging the shit out of Jake Paul, and he had no answer for him. What I truly think in that fight, had Julio Cesar Chavez decided to turn it on a bit earlier in the fight, he wins that fight against Jake Paul. Jake Paul couldn't defend himself. He was out of gas. He was taking a lot of punches. He was throwing just one punch back. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was busting him up at the end. The last 2 rounds, that was all. But Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. should have fought like that from the beginning. He'd have beat Jake Paul. And if you can't beat Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., and Julio Cesar, you gassed out Jake Paul in the What do you think a 12 round heavyweight champion of the world like AJ, he's a fine tuned machine. And although you might have caught him on his couch, I can guarantee you just 1 month for a guy like that, bro, he's going to outsmart you, Jake Paul, regardless of anything. You're not going to get any. Look at this is where experience pays off in boxing, right? Even if AJ is tired, Jake Paul's not gonna know. Even if AJ's hurt, he's not gonna know. AJ has enough boxing experience to hide certain things in the ring. Jake Paul's like an amateur boxer, like amateurs. We're reading our opponent. I hit him, I could hear him go, ugh, and like, aha. I could see him being tired. He's showing me things. You experience how to deal with that fight by fight. And in the pros, you're stoic. You're like this. They don't show you shit. And those are crucial moments in a fight. When they talk, you hear fighters talk back 20 years later or whatever. They're all old and shit. And he's like, yo, in this moment in the fight, you hit me with a shot. I was standing there. I was literally out on my feet. Had you just hit me with a jab right there in that moment, you knocked me out. But you started playing on the outside and I just started going like this. You see? And these are moments in fights that people with real experience could see through that. They could see through. You ever see a fighter get hit? Pow! And he starts laughing. And the Oscar goes to, because he's trying to like tell you, but that's a tale. Oh no, I hurt you. I hurt you. You know? And these things like this, Anthony Joshua's way more experience in these areas than Jake Paul is. Jake Paul is going to show everything on his face. I believe AJ's going to know exactly when to attack. He's going to see him fatigue right in front of his face. Jake's not going to know how to hide that shit. And with AJ, he's not going to give him nothing. And these are all things that transpire in a fight. AJ's going to beat the shit out of him. He's going to drag Jake Paul, maybe, unless he catches him early with something big like Francis Ngannou. He's going to drag Jake Paul out into deep waters, and he's going to drown him. That's what you're going to see. Watch. Salute, everybody. Netflix is not free unless you have a paid subscription. I've always had a Netflix subscription because of my daughter, and my wife likes to watch all these Netflix shit. So, I've already had one for several years. So when they made the Netflix deal and they're putting it on Netflix, these fight cards and stuff, I got it for just my subscription. I didn't have to pay not a single penny extra than what I was already paying for my Netflix plan. I saw Amanda Serrano, all those fights, the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul on Netflix, all those fights. So, yeah, in that sense, yes. Compared to what the Zone is doing, where that when I had last year, I had the Zone package, right? It was like $220 something dollars. In fact, shout out to the individual that sent me the money on here on Round One Sports Talk from the UK. He was like, here, Merry Christmas. I remember it was during that time. So I end up buying the plan, right? So I get the plan and everything in that DAZN plan that they gave you for free. This year's plan, they're acting like they charged you for everything. All those low circuit fights and stuff and free fights that we were getting for our paid subscription. Now we're paying for that on the DAZN and the price went up. The price, instead of the price staying the same and then putting the fights on there, if you had a DAZN plan, then you wouldn't pay nothing extra. No, but they went and remodeled everything, raised the price, and put all these fights on it. And what the zone's motto is, we're giving you a deal for the amount of fights we're streaming on the zone plan. But wait a minute. Who said you were going to watch all those fights? Who said you were going to watch all 8 fight cards they have scheduled going into the next year? Who said that? I wasn't going to buy all those fights. Out of all those fights, I might have bought 3 of them. But the way they're dressing up the plan for you and the save bonus is that they're saying, look how many fights at this cost, you're saving money as a consumer. And I'm like, but you're adding up 5 fights I probably would have never watched. I would have caught that the next day on the highlights. I don't think that fight was a pay-per-view fight. I don't think that one was. I don't think that one was. But you're putting on fights on there, calling them pay-per-view worthy, and you're dressing it up and selling. Now that right there, I had a problem with that. With the zone and shit. But the Netflix shit, man, it's with your paid account. So let me catch up to you guys. Frontline, what are you doing, bro? Hop up here. You got the link? I like Frontline to keep up with the chats for me. Yeah, Eric Cruz is out of the Amanda fight because of the steroid PE. She tested positive for a banned substance, the Mexican fighter, Cruz. And it's not even the first time that she ever tested positive neither. But under the like, okay, like if we were to think about what's been going on in recent news with fights and people popping positive, Jenner Beck and shit like that, right? And Subriel Matias alleged. Subriel Matias was acquitted. His levels were so low that they didn't take him off the card, and there was an investigation and they allowed the fight to continue, and the rest will be discussed after the fight. We'll know more then. Okay. But in these 2 separate cases, the fighter was taken off the card immediately and a replacement is now being looked at. There was no opportunity, prove your innocence. Whatever was on those tests, whatever the number amount, hypothetically, I'm going to say that it must have been so that they said, nah, you out of here. Like, or not that it was so much, that it was so clear of what you were taking. That's what I mean. Let me clear that up. I'm not going to say that the athlete had like an outrageous amount of steroids or PEs, pads in their system that they said, no, we got to take none. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what they discovered had to be so clear cut. Like, no, you were taking this and this is 100%. We can prove it. So it might have been one of those type of situations. I'm not sure. But Amanda Serrano will not be fighting her. I'll get you more on that update as soon as I know more about it. And yes, yeah. We're looking forward to the Subriel fight that is continuing, and he was allowed to continue in his fight. So yes, Frontline, can you catch up on the chats for me?
Yeah, Bobo says I'm a conspiracy theorist. I think some of these tests were manipulated or are manipulated, I should say. Gvon, I gotta laugh. Matias still had it in his system, just at allowable amount. Let's clarify this a little bit. Matias allegedly had
Okay,
it in
okay.
his system.
No, 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 no. We're not gonna play that game. We're not gonna play that game. Subriel Matias had it in his system and it was detected. Now, here's the problem, guys. That with Subriel Matias' situation, it's a case of contaminated substance under the fact that prior to that, he had a drug test that was negative. Suleiman thanked him and Dalton Smith for coming up negative. Then a few days later, he tested positive. Then 4 more tests were concluded after that, all being negative. So these doping agencies are smart. Okay. They're the pros. They can determine if somebody's cycling off of something, somebody was using something, this, that. And they know when you're lying. Okay. So the fact that the trace amount was so low that it wasn't even over the threshold to even be reported in the first place, meaning under that threshold, you you have no benefits. That's what the pros deem. That's why there's a threshold for that particular substance. Now, don't be misled astray. They're gonna tell you that substance isn't sold anywhere and it's banned anywhere. They're gonna try to make it sound horrible. But what I keep reiterating is human error in the factories. Now, if you can say that the possibility is you can get a tainted substance anywhere going to GMC buying creatine, how do you know that your creatine wasn't tainted with Ostrine being made in that same lab? So if the possibility of him using it is there, then the possibility of a tainted substance and him introducing that to his body is also there. Now, I understand the rule. The rule states no matter what, the boxer is responsible for what he or she puts into their body. So if we're going by the rule states that you must be over 0.1 in Ostrine to report. And if we're going by the rule, he wasn't over the threshold. And if we're going by the rule, he's innocent. If we're going by the rules, remember
Right, and
that.
it should have never been reported.
Remember that. If we're
Um,
going by the rules. So, either way you want to go. You see, in these other cases where they said, I ate rotten eggs, tainted meat, did this, drank a tea, they're trying to figure their way out of something. Subriel was never in it. He never was even to be considered a cheater. But they had to dress it up to you to alert your concern. Wait a minute. There's a possibility he was coming off of something. Really? Really? You think drugs work like that? Let me tell you something right now. If you were to take a major drug, cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, or whatever, and you had it in your system for 2 or 3 days and you think you're going to pass a urine test, they can take that urine and send it to a lab. That drug breaks down in your body over a period of time to other chemicals. Do you guys think that these guys are not that smart? They can detect all that shit. And let me tell you something about Subriel's supplements and where it came from. The fact that the case is already closed, that means that the New York Boxing Athletic Committee had to be satisfied with the product that Subriel brought them. An investigation had to be launched. This ain't Mickey Mouse. Remember what happened with Ryan Garcia? He couldn't prove where it came from. And that's where the investigation stopped. It went no further. Ryan, you can't find it. So Subriel Matias's case is closed upon the fight, but closed. And he's allowed to conclude. That means that they were satisfied in what he provided. Had they not been like, wait a minute, this ain't adding up, the investigation would have stopped. That fight would have been pulled off. So just use a little bit of, it's like going to that doctor. If you don't hear nothing back, shit's good. If you get that phone call, sir, can you come in tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, please? So
The
they
rash on
found
your ball,
something.
the rash on your balls was positive.
It was positive. All right. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna notify you. But when every step of the way, whenever they say to you, when you don't hear nothing, that's good news. And then all of a sudden you get a letter, yep, the case is closed. What the hell does that mean? They were satisfied with their findings. What you provided for us, what you told us, we looked it up. We deemed it to be true. You may proceed. And we'll talk about your year suspension, you doing the drug tests on your own dime, by the way. We'll talk about that after the fight. And I think that's going to be dropped too. But hey, you know what I'm saying? What do I know? What's my man down here say? Ryan Garcia was not suspended because of Austrian. 100%. No, he was not. No, he was not. But the investigation halted my man right there. It didn't go any further. Ryan Garcia was suspended for not failing to report 2 of his supplements. When they told them, what were the things you were taking? When you enter a contract, you got to report everything you take during your fight training camp. You can't take anything else. You're not supposed to. So, under the rule, by him saying, yeah, I was also taking this and this, they said, wait, that's not on the sheet. Give me those 2. And Ryan Garcia went down in boxing history as the first boxer in boxing history to get a year suspended for that rule. No boxer in history and boxer history has ever gotten a suspension for failing to report supplements. And they gave Ryan a year for that. The reason why they did that, because it would stop everything else. Ryan didn't have to prove where the Austrian came from. They wrapped it up in a bundle deal. It's like you get a court case and you got 7 cases, 7 different crimes, right? You got 7 different crimes. And then you do a plea deal to one of them and they put all your other cases right underneath it. They run it concurrent. You're guilty for everything, but you never actually admitted your guilt, type shit. You feel me? So Ryan took the year for the supplements, and the world thought it was for a year for Austrian, and they took off. But in 10 years from now, when you crack those record books, you're not going to find a single article that says Ryan Garcia was suspended for Austrian. You're just going to have to know about the story. That's it. Because that's not actually what he got suspended for. Trust me. Trust me. Yo, Ryan's lawyer was the shit. The way they got Ryan out of that, and I was telling the world, no, don't let Ryan plead guilty to the 1 year he's gonna get away with this. And everybody's like, nah, he's a cheater. And I'm like, bro, your opinion and what's on paper are 2 different things. He didn't get convicted for Austrian, Ryan. No. In 10 years, yo, I swear to God, in 10 years, you're going to go back and you're going to look. It's going to say for not reporting substance. I swear to God, bro.
Who we got up here, Carlos or Coqui?
Coqui, right? Coqui?
Yo, Coqui.
What up? What
Coqui,
up?
what's up, huh?
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all feeling?
What up? Good, man. I'm about to eat steak. My wife just finished cooking steak.
You got Austrian in that?
Filled with it. You know what I'm saying? I got the tainted
He,
meat and the Austrian.
he got
The
the
double whammy.
he be
And
having the mofongo con aspirin.
hey, yo, and I ordered it from Scooter. Is he a trusted source?
Scooter's the plug.
Yeah. Scooter, the dude that did Ryan's IV. Yo, anyway. So what's up, guys? What's up,
What's up,
Coquito?
man? Yo, we're 3 weeks away from January 10th. You know, the
Yeah.
big fight in Barclays Center. I got my tickets. I'm gonna go with a few guys from my gym. I'm gonna be there.
That's
I
what's
forgot.
up.
I forgot which section, but I'm gonna let you guys know. And I want to check on the week. You know, the week of the presser. I want to definitely. I don't have media credentials like Edwin. I'm not a.
I'm
I'm
trying to
not,
get him. I'm trying to
yeah.
get him.
But if you get them, let me know because I want to check it out on. I think it's on Wednesday, Tuesday. They're gonna do like a few press conference. So I want to, 3 weeks is quick because Navidad and New Year's is upon us, right? We're gonna be our
I know,
families,
right?
and it's gonna fly by quickly. So by the time we know it,
And if you Puerto
um,
Rican, los tres reyes.
yeah, Trey too. We
Right,
got we,
right.
we got we
Double
got the
Christmas.
yeah, tripleta, So for us, man, I want to make sure, like, we're locked in because I feel like this fight in itself is not talked about at all. You're not going to hear about it on the Hangout spot, on IFP, fucking Ring IQ, all these other channels. Obviously, the Haney voice. You're not going to hear about Matias unless he killed somebody on steroids. That's all. That's all what Ness wants to hear. He wants to be like, yo, this guy killed somebody on steroids. That's all they want to hear about Matias over there. They don't want to hear that
Right.
this man won the title twice, two-time champion at 140. Everybody wrote him off, and now he won the WBC title. He's going to defend it. So we gotta keep pushing that fight.
Yo,
So
not to mention that card is stacked with
yeah,
fresh production stable. You got main card, you got Subriel versus Dalton. The co-main, you got a banger. Two Dominicans, one of them reps Puerto Rico hard, which is Alfredo Ojo
Alfredo.
Santiago
Yeah, the guy
against
that
Hendry
the guy that fought
against
Haney.
against Hendry Cedeño. You also got Nestor Bravo fighting Pedro Campas.
Bravo's on the card.
Bravo's on the card.
Wow, I didn't know that.
You also have Javier Cintron that trains with Panda, but he's Puerto Rican, signed to Fresh. You also have fucking our ex champion at I think it's 118, 122, Emmanuel Rodriguez, the
Yeah,
one that lost to Inoue.
yeah.
We also got the Newark's finest up and coming Puerto Rican star, Keith Colon.
Hmm.
And there's one more person on the card that he's from, I want to say he's from Deerfield Park, New York, somewhere out there.
Okay.
I don't know if he's Latino or what, but the rivalry continues with Mexico versus PR because Keith Colon's opponent is a seasoned Mexican fighter.
Oh yeah.
That's good for him.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, that title with he's one of Newark's finest. It's not probably Newark's best boxer right now, but probably one of Newark's
No,
finest.
that's why I
'Cause-
said up and coming.
yeah, yeah, because Oscar Collazo, bro, and Shakur Stevenson, them two dudes are from Newark. They
Well,
don't even play.
Oscar Collazo's from Camden.
Tandem
Camden.
and
Yep.
Camden, yeah, it's close enough, bro. It's like right there,
It
bro.
is. It
It's
is.
like right there, bro. So I'm gonna give him that. You know what I mean? But New Jersey fighters,
And
yeah,
and a big fucking shout out to Rene El Chulo
Yep.
Santiago.
you know it.
Yo,
You
yo, I
know it.
swear.
Bro, they're
Yo,
calling him right now the Japanese destroyer because he's
Come
been
on,
to Japan.
let's put him
He
on the screen. Let's put him on the screen. Look at him. Look at those two belts. That shit looks pretty right there.
he
Look at
went to
that shit.
Japan twice and took the belts away from two different Japanese fighters.
you know what's crazy, man? My grandmother's from the same town as him in Hamacao, right? And yo, I swear, yo, we look like cousins, yo. Me and Rene, yo, because if I show you a picture of me, yo, we look just like alike. I'm like, this guy could be my fucking cousin.
Probably you never know. Ayo, and another shout out to Nonito Donaire.
Man,
Bro,
listen.
for 43 fucking years old, the man still got it. You got to give it to him. I don't care what anybody says. You got to give it to the man.
He's
That
a
dude,
legend for me.
yo, man, listen.
Nonito is a fucking warrior.
No, I can't. I'm like still like like
You're still
the
baffled.
way he looked at 43, I was like, I thought he was gonna look bad. I was like, man, maybe this dude is gonna perhaps, be the one to finish Donaire. And, this might be one of our legends we see get knocked out the ring like B Hop and shit type shit. Yo, Donaire he was the real deal, man.
He's
He
sharp
like,
for 43. The
wow,
motherfucker's still
man.
sharp.
Yo,
Wow.
the thing with him though, Donaire, right?
Yep.
He's seen the best of the best. So
Yeah.
his eyes are so
Right.
trained that when he fights the next guy, whatever the next guy saw, he didn't see what Donaire saw. You know what I'm saying? Donaire, he's seen everybody. I'm talking about like from the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? This guy,
Yeah,
every era, I fell in love with his left hook over when
yep.
Tito was coming out of boxing, right? Donaire's left hook fascinated me. The way he threw it, the
Uh,
angle of it,
when he hit
how impact.
Darkinian with that,
Yeah, it's just like
uh,
it's just the way he goes about his business, like his fighting style.
yeah,
He'll knock you out of nowhere because you won't. It's not like he's a volume guy. He's just so fundamental, precise. And I'm always gonna love his style when he's 43 years old, when he's 50, when he's 80. Man, I watch this guy fight in the wheelchair.
yo, man, listen, the guy, and it goes to show you that he went out there to Japan and he fought a young, undefeated Japanese world champion at 43 years old. And at the time when he fought Naoya anyway, they try to say that Nonito Donaire was washed, that he was done. I guarantee you, you give me that 36-year-old Nonito Donaire and you put him in the ring with that Japanese dude now, that kid he just fought. I bet you that 36-year-old Donaire beats him.
Yeah,
That's how
uh,
good he was.
For sure.
I thought Donaire gave Inoue his toughest challenge
Oh,
of his career.
yeah, hands down, hands down. And throughout a 24-year career, he's a multiple division world champion. He's accomplished a lot, Donaire, and he went for something last night, this morning or whatever. And he came up short. But boy, I wasn't ready to say, no, that's the last time I want to see Donaire. No, I didn't walk away from that fight saying, you know what, you're finished. I was like, damn, that version of you can beat probably 70% of the guys in that division.
Yo, I want to ask a controversial question, right?
Right?
I don't mean to change.
Zumba.
I don't mean to
Come
change
on,
the vibe,
let's
right?
go.
But yo, prime for prime, Donaire against Manny Pacquiao at a weight that's
Ooh.
mutual.
Dude, that shit, that's a
Which one though?
banger.
Which weight though?
I
No,
don't know
no, no,
which
no,
way
no,
to
no,
pick.
no,
I don't know
no,
which
no,
one to
no,
pick,
no,
yo.
no.
But I want to say like 126
What?
or like 122.
Diablo, that's probably Pac-Man's best weight. 120, I mean, when 147, 140, he started getting stronger, but he was so fast.
Right. It's
Jesus,
just
I don't know.
Pacquiao was so reckless and warlike, and Donaire was
Yeah.
more like methodical, he'll size
Jonier
up.
might catch him in the exchange, man, with those sharp shots.
That's
Manny
what I'm saying
Pacquiao
because
wasn't
Pacquiao comes
sharp.
in like all Dallas. I'm like Donaire may throw Pacquiao across the ring with that hook.
Make
I don't
clip him,
know.
Yeah,
yeah.
but the clear thing that Manny Pacquiao was faster than Donaire.
Right.
That's clear.
Hey,
He
real
was,
quick to
he
answer
was just
Bubo's
faster.
question,
Yeah.
he said, what's up with Tim Zoo? I heard he went 10 rounds with a can. Bro,
He
he
beat the shit
destroyed
out of that dude.
Velasquez.
Oh my God. Listen, wait a minute, guys. I don't Hector Bermudez. Uh
Escóndete.
uh
He lost again.
again. Uh
Escóndete.
Listen, no,
Damn,
no, no,
yo.
fuck that. Bermudez, bro, you're more than welcome. Come up here, chop it up. I respect you. You went for a long shot, but boy, your boy got destroyed. Like it really showed that he was on a different level. Tim Zoo just showed that there's levels to this. I mean, they dressed it up because you can honestly say when you look back, that dude was undefeated. He was like 19 fights, like what?
18 and 0 with 15 knockouts.
Knockouts. They dressed him up, didn't they?
Yeah, they set him up for failure.
No, they made it look like to the world. No, this is a game opponent for Tim Zoo. Like we didn't go just get anybody. Look at this guy. He's fucking undefeated. He's got 15 knockouts. Boy, Tim Zoo put the Beats by Dre on that man. He had him leaking all over that ring. His eye was cut underneath. He was just taking shots. Tim Zoo was just teeing off on him.
You do got to give Velasquez heart, though. I mean, credit. That motherfucker got heart.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you credit for you being able to take punches to your face. You're a tough kid.
Yeah, he
Try
was blocking.
defending
He was
him.
blocking
Try
every
blocking
punch
him
with his face.
next time. Try blocking him next time. Oh my God. Mm. I don't know. I don't know. Coach,
Pound for pound king. I
yeah,
disagree with that. He says, how do you know his coach didn't tell him to go 10 rounds to get 10 rounds in? Knocking him out in 1 to 2 rounds doesn't help Tim.
Tim,
With Tim's past couple performances, it definitely would have helped him to get him out, especially a nobody like that,
I'll tell you,
to get
I'll
him out
tell you
early.
why. I'll tell you why. This isn't a thing about testing your fighter's endurance. Tim Tszú's already an experienced fighter that's gone to championship rounds. You're not testing your fighter's endurance to see if he can get experience. Tim Tszú's already been a world champion. What you're trying to do is build your fighter's confidence. Scoring a knockout early would boost your fighter's confidence that he's back. You're not looking for him to get rounds in. Tim Tszú's an experienced fighter. That's why.
Bobos wants to know. I didn't see the fight. I caught clips of the highlights, but I don't know if you saw the fight, Edwin.
Oh, I
But
saw the fight. Yeah.
he wants to know why couldn't he knock him out? Was it the
Why
kid was
couldn't he?
tough? Yeah, or
No,
was it that
the kid was tough. The kid was tough. Um, the kid had a beard. He took some big shot from Tim Tszú. Tim Tszú was a bully in there. Tim Tszú was trying to take him out of there. He was. There were times in the fight that I thought, because of the blood, what it looked like. He might have been better on his feet, and the referee obviously saw that. Uh, but the blood splashing all over his face made it look bad. So there was a moment in the fight that I said, maybe you should stop this fight. Uh, Tim Tszú was showing him no mercy. He was trying to get him out. The kid covered up when he needed to. He was hurt bad in this fight. This kid was hurt bad in the fight. The kid, he got his ass whooped from start to finish. I don't think there was a single round that the kid won. It was a bad fight for him. And Tim Tszú, um, like I said, you don't need to test Tim Tszú's in gas tank. He he's he's a well conditioned fighter. I know he can do that, and I know he can fight. I just need him to go out there and stop this guy. When Tim Tszú lost to Bakram there, who they get him? They went and got Spencer, and Tim Tszú beat the shit out of him, and then hopped back into a title fight. Right? Then he thought he could fight Sebastian Fedora again, but we saw effects of Tim Tszú in his previous fight where he was touching the top of his forehead, seeing if he was bleeding, and he wasn't bleeding. So you could see the trauma that was set already by Sebastian Fedora. But when Sebastian Fedora stopped Tim Tszú, that was a statement. That was a statement. Tim Tszú's a tough kid. To make him quit, say uncle, you had to have hurt him really bad. Really, really bad. Yeah, for him not to answer the bell, shit. So yeah. So they needed a fight where that he was gonna whoop this dude's ass. But perhaps stop him. I just don't think that Tim Tszú could have stopped him because he did everything possible to stop this dude. He just didn't do it. That's it. I don't think it was one of those case get rounds, beat the shit out of it. Nah. No, knock him the fuck out. I want you to get your confidence. Yeah, that's what I wanted as a coach. Yeah.
Pound for pound king says, don't you think they could have picked someone Tim could have knocked out if that's what they wanted?
Well,
Bobo,
the problem was if they would have did that, the boxing world would have came up the next day, Tim, right? And would have said, Tim Tszú knocked out a cab driver. What I mean by the expression, what I say, they dressed this guy up, is exactly that. This guy was undefeated. He had 15 knockouts, 18 and 15. He was he played the part. He had the record to say, hey, dangerous fight. Well, but he was that guy that Tim Tszú should have knocked out. He was that cab driver. This kid, he fought his heart out. He just wasn't going down against Tim Tszú. He was a tough cookie, but he took a lot of damage. You know, and Hector Bermudez, I thought that he thought that the fight would be a bit more closer with his guy. He would probably sneak in a few rounds here and there. I don't actually think he won one round. It was a one-sided event. And had that cut been up in the eye, they were going to stop that fight. So, he just happened to cut him under the eye. So, I don't think you like, hey, I'm going to cut you under the eye. No, he was trying to hurt him.
Hey, shout out to Elder Boxing. He wants to know, Edwin, can you rate Hector Bermuda's performance in the corner of Velasquez?
Um, wow, interesting question. I secretly was questioning that through the fight. It is something that wasn't going to bring up. I'm not taking shots at Hector Bermudez. That is a remarkable question, bro. It seems like you're in my head. Um, I thought that he was a little non-engaging with his guy, a little distance for some reason. And then at times I saw that he was really like with it. After the fight, I didn't see him jump in the ring after his guy. And I kind of felt a certain way about that, but the camera can be tricky. I've had this same question with Hector Bermudez before, and Hector was like, yo, I'm always engaging with my guy. I'm always doing this. But the camera, you know what these fuckers do, right? They only show you a part and then they flash away, and you're thinking, why isn't he engaging with the guy? And you're getting a bad picture. When if they would have shot back, he would have been all over his guy. Hey, look, do this. But they don't show you that. They don't show you that. So I learned in one of Hector Bermudez's fights with Rohan Polanco that when I saw Rohan Polanco walking away from him, that's not a good sign for you and your coach. Like, you should be talking to your coach. Why are you walking away? It seems like you guys got a rip in the relationship, like when Tank Davis and Calvin Ford, and everybody could see that. So I thought that for one time for Hector Bermudez, and then on this fight, I kind of like thought that, and then now that you say that, it makes me think perhaps I saw some angles and they weren't showing me the entire picture. So yeah, but he had a strong fighter, just not on Tim Tszú's level. That's all. He had an undefeated fighter, but that kid was taught a lesson.
What do you guys think is next for Tim Tszú at 154? Do you guys see Tim beating any champion at 154 currently?
Well, you know, I think that Tim Tszú and his name, his market value, he could always put himself back in the mix. One more win, or he takes out one more decent name, he could always challenge the winner of Xander Zayas and, the other guy there, the WBA champion. I'm not sure if they would take the fight at this point because Tim Tszú doesn't have something they want. Once upon a time, he did. He's also a big name. He also brings in the fans out there in Australia. So when you think about dollar amount and a pretty decent name, Tim Tszú was a former world champion, et cetera, et cetera. So, there could be a possibility. Now, your question was, will he beat one of the champions? That I don't know. That I don't know.
If I'm on his team, right? I know Pound for Pound King. They said he's gonna take one or two tune-up fights, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm on his team, right, I gotta make sure Tim can get over that PTSD that you mentioned. You know, when he was touching his forehead, checking if he had a cut.
Yep.
He got to beat Bachram, bro. He got to beat him.
Problem, papi.
No, I know, because Bachram is dangerous. Like, Bachram has that weird, style. But here's the thing, right? Do you remember when Matias lost to Ananyan?
Yeah.
And when he lost to Ananyan, people were like, yo, this guy got to get his shit together. So when he beat Ananyan, that's when Matias was able to put himself back on that contention level. Because to me, man, it is a guy in your record that you cannot beat. You have to go back for that. You got to get the run back.
Well, Saul never ran it back.
Whether it ends your career or not, because
Yeah.
that's always going to be a blemish.
Yeah, Saul never ran it back with Floyd or Demetrius Bivol, and he didn't run it back with fucking Terence Crawford neither. I understand some athletes can their star status is so strong, you can overlook that, but he's not one of them. And you're right, he might potentially have to go back Tim Zoo to try to like conquer his demons. But let's look at the landscape. Your question is very interesting because no, I don't believe he'll become a world champion anymore. Now entering the division, Jerron Boots Ennis, a even bigger threat. You already got brutally stopped by Sebastian Fundora, and Xander looks stronger every day. If he pulls this out, and then who's left? Bakram? You're surrounded by guys that either knocked you out, beat you, or are younger than you.
Right.
And then or more talented than you in Jerron Boots Ennis. So whatever way you want to go, Tim Zoo, you're just surrounded by bigger sharks, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, yo, C7, welcome to the panel. How you doing?
What's up, Carlos?
Oh,
Carlito.
Carlito. Yo, what up, man?
Caesar, who's Caesar from Planet of the Apes? I'm totally joking. What's
What up,
up,
Carlito?
frontline?
Periquito ping ping.
Periquico ping pong. Round one,
Hey,
it's been a minute, man.
what
Thank
up?
you for having me, man. It's always good to chop it up with y'all. Catch me up. Did Tinzu beat Velasquez or what?
Yeah, it went
I've
to
been
decision,
working.
right? It was 10 rounds, no?
With who? What are we
With
talking about?
Velasquez, we're talking about.
Tim Zoo and Velasquez. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
10.
yeah, yeah.
It was 10 rounds.
But it was a one-sided event. It was just 10 rounds, Tim Zoo
Okay.
type
Hey,
shit.
you just
What's
had that up real quick. Bobos wants to know, what do you guys think? Are people overreacting to Diego Pacheco's performance, or do you think he's mid level?
Uh,
let me say something real quick. Or you want to
you
go first,
answered
round
your
one?
own
Oh no,
question.
you got it, Carlito.
You answered your own question in the statement. Do you think he's overrated or do you think he's mid-level? So it's like he's mid-level. He's mid-level right there.
I mean, like,
All right, Carlos.
I already know things was iffy with Diego Pacheco, going the distance, and I think in the last round looking like the old man Steven Nelson was low key hurting, not hurting him, but was tagging him. Things like that I get like left a question in my mind, like, man, Diego Pacheco, like, you got so much advantages, yet you fight to your opponent's level in a sense. We don't know who this African guy that he fought, even though he looked brolic, but still, you got the reach game. You should jab him. You should enter more comfortably. But he calling out Jaime Munguia. Jaime Munguia been through the runner, but honestly, if I'm being honest, I think Chiraz can beat a Pacheco at this moment. You know,
Oh yeah. Oh
right
yeah.
now Pacheco don't got a coach. I think he left Jose Benavidez, the father of David Benavidez. So
Right.
right now, these fighters, I've noticed these fighters right now, when they leave these coaches like Keyshawn left Bomac. What you think Keyshawn gonna look good in his next fight? So it's just question marks.
Yeah, that Keyshawn situation. I'm wondering if it's about Keyshawn allowing the star status and those chains that he got around his neck get to his head, and he's not being as disciplined. Plus the meltdown with Bomac, that reflects to you and your team everything that Keyshawn did in that city in his city and on that night with his brothers in that dressing room. So you know, uh I wonder if a lot of that had to do with it, and Top Rank also shelving Keyshawn Davis. He hasn't had a fight since. So it was just a bad look all around. And then as far as like David Pacheco, I didn't think he looked better in this fight. I think he has a lot of holes in his fight. I think he's still young as a fighter. I just think in the world that we live in today with social media, it's so fast, right? When Pacheco got dropped, I was literally watching the fight, looked on my phone, and there was a meme of him getting dropped. And the fucking fight hadn't even the round didn't even end. That's how fast they are on social media. And in a world that we're pushing these guys along in our heads, we're like, oh, he's ready, and he's not ready for the top guys. Pacheco, he might be one day. He's not ready. And the guy that he fought, to tell you the truth, he's like, I don't want to say a watered down version of Billy, because he was pretty fucking close, but he's one of those type fighters like the Billies of the world. You know, those pressure guys that won't let Pacheco breathe. And I said it. I said it. He's gonna put so much pressure on Pacheco that when Pacheco usually fights, he likes those moments where he separates from the fighter and he starts to think and take breaths. And I didn't think
I
that
got,
the Jamaican dude was gonna give him that. I thought the Jamaican dude was gonna come up.
Jamaican.
Jamaican, he
I think it's the
African, he
France.
African.
Oh, France. He's from France,
Yeah,
right? He's from
yeah.
France.
From like, I
He
think
had
like,
like green and yellow on him, I think.
yeah, I think it's like
From
Ivory
Africa.
Coast or
I thought he was
Senegal,
born in
somewhere in West
Jamaica.
Africa.
Yeah, I thought he was born in Jamaica and he fought in
No.
France or some
Nah, nah,
shit.
nah, 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 nah.
I got why do people be called I've noticed a pattern. Everybody's calling Sander Zayas a hype job.
He's not.
Like
He's
people
actually the
don't
best
understand.
boxer.
Like, why do people don't understand? Like, Xander Sayas literally only has one 12-round fight in his resume.
Yeah,
Like,
but he's also the best boxer out of all of them. If we were talking about boxing, the way you throw a punch, the way you bring punches back, Xander's the more he's like the more like the boxing type. Bakram is a loose cannon. He fights like them dudes off the balls of his feet, darts in and out, boom 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 type dude. Strong guy. Not a really great boxer. He's a boxer puncher. Then you got Jerron Boots Ennis that just came into it. Now Jerron Boots Ennis is
he a
a good
freestyler.
boxer.
He a
He's a
freestyler.
freestyle, but he has American slick style. They like to look good. You know, he's always like being creative, and he has God given a bit, but boxing, no. And then you got the other guy that just got Terence Crawford's belt, the WBA champion. He's not a better boxer. Now, whether Xander Zayas is the better boxer out of all of those guys, but he might not have the better power. He might not be the better speed. And those are other things and unorthodox styles that come into play, like Bakram. You know, I try to tell people this, that Xander and Bakram have two common opponents. Bakram went the distance with both of them. Xander knocked both of them out in the 5th round. There were a lot of fights that Xander had a lot of his. Go back and watch Xander's fights. They were in trouble. They were getting pieced up, and then the bell rang, saved them. And then they made it to the last round. But some of those fights, you give Xander one more round with that guy, he knocks him out.
You know how ironic?
Just remember how some of his fights ended. Them guys were like this. So they were
Hey,
like,
Yo,
round one.
go ahead.
my bad. Front line, because
Go,
I know
go ahead.
I know King KO is going off on Xander in the comments. But yo, real quick, if Karen gave Ennis issues of Karen's, him being awkward and all that, imagine a Zayas who has better footwork, better technical ability, a better jab, and better movement in the ring too. Imagine what he'll do
It'll be
at
a good fight.
154. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but yo, before we go into that, yo,
Yep.
Zayas does have a live.
Read them. Read the chat.
Yeah. He Pound King said, how old is 24, 25? Bulbit said Zayas was scared to engage the Mexican last fight. I don't think he was. That's not true because Zayas was fighting up. They were fighting in the clinch.
Like, I don't get why people don't understand. People don't understand boxing. Like, just because you have a style, I'm not gonna fight your style. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's like, oh, You coming forward, I gotta come forward.
Yeah,
No,
the
that
the
doesn't.
the worstest fight for Xander obviously is Jerron Boots Ennis. That's the only guy I don't think he
Because
might beat right now, right? Is Jerron, right? Jerron
Well,
Boots Ennis, his style, his like it might give Xander problems because Xander is a boxer, but he can be caught, and he could be Jerron Boots Ennis might be able to bait him, but I haven't seen Jerron Boots Ennis fight these guys at this weight like this, like the
I,
top guys, and take all
I,
the punches.
I
So
gotta say real quick, my bad. I gotta say real quick, right? If Zayas has a dominant performance against a very tough competitor he has coming up, because Baru, he beat Tellez,
yep.
Tellez the Cuban guy, and I rate Tellez very highly. So Zayas has a very tough competitor coming up that could potentially like make Zayas look bad. But if Zayas looks dominant, then on record, on the resume, Zayas has a better resume than Ennis. Because
oh no, 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 no doubt. Yeah, yeah. Whoa,
Zayas
whoa, 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 whoa,
unified.
wait a minute, wait a
He,
minute.
he,
Back
he,
up. Nope, you can't say that because he might have a better resume as an opponent, but he can't have a resume by accomplishment because Jerron Boots Ennis was unified.
But
No,
if
but
Zayas wins
Zayas
that
gonna
fight,
he's fighting
becomes
for
unified.
unification on
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah,
If he
yeah.
was to, okay,
And
okay,
But
okay.
at
also
22, like at 22, what was Ennis to all the Ennis fans in the chat?
no,
What was Ennis doing at
he beat
22?
20. He beat like 23. He beat 23.
Yeah, like 23. But what was
But
Ennis doing? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but like, listen, how I look at the 154 division, every champion got strengths and weaknesses.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Uh, Also, I want to say, if this Boost Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz fight does not happen, Zayas is moving up to 160. Take it how you want to take it, but that's gonna happen. If they don't get that fight ready for next year, Zayas is gonna move up to 160 because if I'm not mistaken, he rehydrates a lot, and
Well, not only that, he did mention. I think it was his last fight. He mentioned that the older he gets, the harder it is for him to keep 54.
yeah.
So he's growing and he's moving up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And a match in front line being 23, and let's say he unifies, bro. He did his part at his first division. You know what I mean?
Zayas is 22 right now. Did he turn 23?
He's 23.
He's 20, he just turned 23 then, right? Because he won
Yeah.
the world title at 22.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
because this
just turned.
person's asking. He's just asking. He just wants
I
to know.
I think right now, as we speak, I agree with Edwin. I think the only one in the division that would give problems to Zayas would be Boots. I think Zayas beats Tim Zoo, Fundora, Virgil Ortiz, and Bakram. That's just me. Y'all can call me whatever,
I agree.
biased, whatever. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
I like those odds too. Listen, I w- I've heard that the team of Eddie Heard, Bucetis, and Zayas talked. And it was like if they get through Virgil Ortiz, they would like to do Zayas versus Bucetis for next year in the Puerto Rican parade around
Oh,
that time in the
nice.
summer.
See, I don't think that's a good fight for Zayas yet.
I know that's not a good fight for Zayas, but I respect the win or lose taking that fight. But
Right.
if that fight with Ortiz does not happen, because we gotta be honest, Ortiz and Boost, they in the same age group. They still gotta they still got things they gotta prove. Ortiz never became a world champion.
Right.
Never, and
And you want to know
Buset,
something, guys? Guys want to know something, right? For everybody that has something to say about young Xander Zayas, right? Okay, guys, let's just pump our brakes. I'm not selling to you that he's the greatest fighter at 154. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's a world champion at 154, right? And for everything that I'm looking, I can't help but notice one thing. The young man's unifying. All these other guys are talking about fighting these guys, but they're not unifying. They're not fighting each other. You got guys vacating belts, Sebastian Fundora, guys calling other guys out, Virgil Ortiz to fight fights that don't mean anything, right? But Xander's fighting champions. And I just
Yo,
want to point that out. I just
round
want
one,
to point that out. No matter
Bull
what you
Rider
guys say
said,
about him, he's fighting another champion. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Bull Rider Games said, round one gave Xander a pass for clinching all the 11th and 12th round against the
I don't.
uh the
I,
Mexican guy.
I don't give him a pass to clinching Chino, right? Okay. What I give him a pass on is fighting an intelligent fight. You don't go in there at 22 years old on your first shot at a world title and try to fucking slug it out with the guy and try to prove your dominance. Kid, all I want you to do is win the fight. Be smart for me one time.
Yo, Bull
Okay?
Let
Rider,
me
I'm
ask
not
you
sure.
something. Let me ask you something. Sorry to cut you off, Koki,
Yeah,
because this is a good comparison. Example: you rather fight for your first world title. Zayas at the time was the youngest, but let's compare another youngest champion, Abdullah Mason. You rather have the Zayas performance or Abdullah Mason performance?
Well, Abdullah Mason did fight all the way down, he slugged it out with this dude,
Yeah,
right? With and
with nose.
Xander outsmarted Chino. Now let
Yes.
me tell you something. Chino beat the shit out of Conwell, which
Oh, you know that.
Conwell was the number one top 154 prospect
People
to
forget
be
about that.
the next at the title. So Chino taught Conwell a boxing lesson for Xander at 22 to go in there and outsmart Chino, have him frustrated. Remember what Chino did in the fight and the dirty tactics that he even tried to employ to get Xander out of his fighting game to try to bait him into his fight. For Xander to clinch in the 11th, hold him, this, that, tie him up, he knew he had the fight in the bag.
Bull Rider. Let
Kid,
me put you on game real quick. If you've never been in the ring in your life, clinching, right? When you clinch somebody, if you clinching somebody with no intent to punch back, with no intent to engage combat, then you're intentionally clinching. You could be called for a foul. Like there's been many fights where guys just straight up clinch and do nothing else. Zayas was engaging on the inside. He was getting in punches. He was scoring and landing body shots. I'm not sure if you were missing that. So this is my problem. Guys want to be dramatic. They
yeah,
want to emphasize. Oh, he was clinching. That's all he was doing. No, he was landing punches. You got to open your eyes. You made like an eye for boxing, but you got to rewatch the fight and not come in here with some misinformation that he was clinching the entire 11 to 12. What,
no,
bro?
he
Watch
wasn't
the.
doing that.
There was like 15 to 20 punches landed to the body in itself, but we're not gonna count that, right?
Yeah.
He
And then he
Yo,
was
frustrated
never
Cheeto.
out of the clinch, too, as
I
well.
you know what I don't get either? What I don't get is all the hate that they're throwing at every single Puerto Rican fighter. Think about
Thank
it.
you, Fred. Thank you. From let me say something real quick. I get it. You know the rivalry and this and that, but damn, bro, we're literally the smallest population compared to the fucking world. Can't give us credit right now. We just have Chulo Santiago unified twice at Japan, enemy territory, and they gave it a split decision. And honestly, it should have been like a unanimous.
You know how many podcasts are going to talk about that? Only this one, and
Only,
then
yeah,
the Puerto
right.
Rican ones. That's it.
You know
That's
what I
it.
mean? So it's like no one's gonna give us our glory. No one's gonna give us, but it's our. That's why we have so much pride because we literally take down giants. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
look at what
it's just
Puello did.
envious.
Puello clinched from round 1 to round 12.
Edwin was there. That he got booed for
Yep,
doing that. Remember, Edwin? You heard the
yep,
boos, right?
yep.
So my thing is, Xander clinched 11 and 12. Now, mind you, when he clinched, if y'all rewatch that fight, he let go immediately. He was just slowing down Chino's momentum and breaking up his game plan.
That's it.
When Puello was clinching, he was holding on for dear life.
Dear
Yep.
life.
And the thing was Zayas, like you said, he he got Cheeto frustrated because Cheeto had a reset, restart, and yeah, you beat him. This is chess. This ain't checkers. Like it's just things like that that frustrates me because it's like people don't keep that same energy. When
And
that
Puello wasn't
Japanese dude,
clinching. Puello was hugging. Puello was hugging. He wasn't clinching. He was hugging.
why nobody is talking about Chulo Santiago when Chulo did something that Eric Rosa, the mini Pac-Man, got knocked out by the same Japanese dude that Chulo just beat. You know what I mean? So it's just things like that that it's like, wow, bro. Like people don't give us the credit. Like Ring Magazine don't show us much love and things like that. But they will
King
put.
KO. Hold on,
Go
Carlito.
ahead, go ahead. My
King,
fault.
King KO. It's not that we're biased towards Puerto Rican fighters. Number one is we're proud of our fighters. We don't go against, I mean, at least the true Puerto Rican fans, we don't go against whether win, lose, or draw. We support our people. And even after they lose, we don't bash them. We stand behind them. Then you
No,
go to, for an example, the, I don't know, let's say Gary Anton Russell, for an example, when he lost to Puello. You know how many people stopped backing Gary Antoine Russell for that fight? Who else is a good example? Devin
uh,
Haney, for an example.
yeah.
Devin Haney, you know how much hate Devin Haney gets for some of his performance. Me personally, I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it. I'm not a Devin Haney fan, but I can't knock the dude for his boxing skills.
All right, all right. Hold up, hold up. They said he clinched 11th, 12th round. They said he clinched, right? Okay. Hold up. Let's see here. Let's see. What let's start it. What round is this? What round is it? What round we in? Let's see. Let's see if we can get the round. Can anybody see the round?
After we see this round, I gotta say something too,
Hold
because
on, hold on. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. Because talk is cheap. Let's see what the man has to say. He said he was clinching. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. For educational purposes, we are checking out Xander Zayas versus Chino. And I want to see where the clinching was.
your
Let's
support
see.
is clouded the facts. How the fuck?
Okay, come on. Let's see the clinching.
While we're watching this preview,
Look at the
King,
boxing. Look at the boxing. Look at the jab.
King KO, right? What are we clouding the facts with?
Hold on, hold
Listen,
on, hold on, hold on. Stop, stop, stop. Because we're not just talking. We're putting up the facts. What he was talking about. Let's see the clinching he was talking about in the 11th round. Where is it? Okay, we got a tie up right here. Boom, boom, in the middle of the ring. And the referee, Chino didn't fight out. He didn't fight out. Okay, here we go. That looks like footwork right there. That looks like a jab.
That was a two-punch combo and got out. In and out.
Look,
look, he's
he's
smiling because he's
frustrated.
frustrated.
He's frustrated. Look. Nice shot, Chino. Nice. Look.
Basically,
Using
King KO
footwork.
was Zayas to put his face right in front of Chino so he could get hit by. Like, what are we
And
talking
grab
about?
right there. He grabbed right there underneath because Chino also got tight close the distance. Nice move. You see that footwork? He got caught there too. But I've seen way more clinching in fights. Devin Haney, freaking real clinching. Where is this obsessive? Look at punching behind the head, Chino. Look, behind the head again. And then he reached up and put the arms. Look.
Let me say something real quick. King KO, what are you like? What are
No,
who?
yeah.
Like,
I just
let me
want to
say
know
this
what
because
TKO. Yeah, go
it's
ahead,
kind
go
of
ahead.
like he said we're biased towards Puerto Rican fighters. I'm not biased towards Puerto Rican fighters. If I root for my race, I'm rooting for my race. Why not? It's the same thing how Mexicans root for their people, how Japanese root
It's the
for
same
their
thing how
people,
he
with
roots for
Philippines.
his people. If he
Win or
roots,
lose, you see Mexican rooting for their people, win or lose. So we
yo,
can't do that for ours. I'm not
where,
gonna sit here and tell you that Zion's gonna clean the division. I'm not gonna say that much, but damn it, I like my odds
yo, he
with
grabbed my
Abbas
boy in the
Baru.
headlock.
So
Yeah, I hear you,
it's like shit
Carlos.
like that I don't get it. Like what you want me to like
Right,
what you want me to say?
right.
Bash Zayas for boxing his way of boxing? I seen
Damn,
way
look
worse.
at his boxing. Look at underneath dipped. Look. And then Cheeto comes in and he just slapping his body against his and he grabs him on the underhook. But look, back to boxing. Look at this.
Saludito, Miguelito PR.
Look at
Que es
this
la que
kid.
hay.
Look at this kid. Oh my God. That's a boxing clinic right there. That's a boxing right there. Look. Look at this. And then back, he punched my boy in the back of the head. How many with the rabbit punches?
All right, right there. He got warned for holding. And this, what round is this, Edwin?
The 11th, 12th, I think. These are the last 2 rounds right here I put in. And then he put the and then he wipes the floor. Remember?
Listen, KO, it's not that I'm trying to make it racial. You said that we're biased towards Puerto Rican boxing, so you made it racial from saying that.
Hmm?
Listen, I don't care what creed
Hold
or
on, let me
color
hold on.
or race you are. I'm just saying because I'm Puerto Rican doesn't mean I'm gonna give everybody that is Puerto Rican a pass. You gotta prove it to me. You gotta show it, like Chulo Santiago did today. You understand what I'm saying? Xander
Not only
Saez still has a lot to learn. Xander Saez is not gonna beat everybody. You know what I mean?
yeah,
There's a chance that he can get beat by Virgil Ortiz. There's a chance that he can get beat by Brockrum, by Boots Ennis. You understand what I'm saying? But why throw hate to the kid? The kid only has one
Yeah,
12-round fight. You're the one that's saying he's clinching. Like,
yeah, this
damn, if
is
he
his
doesn't got the
first.
power, he doesn't got the power. He has to figure out some way to win. You
Look,
understand,
look,
King KO?
yo, and Kikio, check this out, right? That's his first world title fight, his first 12-round fight. This is his first championship experience, you know. I think that him ducking under when Chino was getting a little reckless and crazy and lunging in with his head too, and he grabbed him. I thought it was a smart move. It wasn't like when you saw him clinch Chino, Chino was under the attack and he had to grab him. No, it was usually he was hitting, Chino got too close, came up, and they grabbed each other.
King KO. That was me, not Carlito. It was me. I brought that up
But
because right now everybody look at what they're doing to Subriel Matias. They're
yeah,
bashing him for a contaminated result. They're not talking about the test that he took prior to that one that came back negative, which Suleiman tweeted out and said, "Congratulations to both fighters."
yeah,
Then, after that test that came back so called with the, well, not so called, but it was with the contamination of 0.085. Nobody talks about this, but Subriel has taken 4 other tests, one of which was by an independent lab that Fresh Productions paid for on out of their own pocket, and they all came back negative, including the other 3 VADA tests.
right.
And all people still talking about is that one contaminated result.
Yeah, yeah. You know what
So
makes it
that's
bouncy? You know what makes it wait, guy. You know what makes it so bad is that, you know, it makes it seem like, yeah, we're Puerto Rican dudes, so we have to be like defending so bad. But honestly, King Boxing, bro, yo, my honest, you know how if you watch my channel, you know how I am. I give love to the Japanese guys. You know, I love my American dudes. No question. You know, Floyd's my fucking guy. And it is what it is, but I really think this was a case of tainted substance. I think that it was a case of, you know, taking a supplement and it was tainted. And you can't rule out that possibility. He doesn't strike me like a guy that's on P's or steroids or anything. So Biel doesn't look buffed. There's nothing in his character, his physical, that tells me that, you know, like Ryan Garcia, when he came in with Devin Haney, I had to admit, Ryan Garcia looked huge as fuck, didn't he? He looked big, right? And there's nothing, you know, the eye test, you know, the excuse test. What's your excuse, Sobrel? I want to hear your excuse. I heard the excuse, I heard everything, and at the end, it
The
just
dude don't get
it
it.
it, it just so unfortunate, you know, an unfortunate event.
Listen,
And
all I'm trying to say
that's it.
is that I'd be damned if someone tells me that I'm being biased with my race. Listen, at the end of the day, you got to show me whether you're Surel, Zayas, no matter who. At the end of the day, I don't even think Surel's gonna beat everybody at
Carlos,
140.
Carlos, brother. It took me 10 seconds to figure out that line that he said. 10 seconds. And I
He's
was
just
hoping
hating.
that wait. No. I was hoping you would figure out him in 10 seconds because when he said we were being biased because of Puerto Rican fighter and stuff like, and you said, I can't show my guy love. It took me all of 10 seconds to figure him out. He's going to say that to you under the same breath of supporting American black fighters. Whatever nationality he is, he supports his own fighters. So it would be a catch-22 for him to accuse you of doing the very act he's doing. So that's why I would have never fed into that. I would have never even answered it because for him to say that, he doesn't even see himself. He supports and will be damned if the people down his nationality of fighter. But if we boost ours, we're being biased.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, I
well,
hear you.
fuck everybody and fuck King KO. I'm biased as fuck. If any
Yeah,
Puerto
frontline bias as
if
fuck.
any Puerto Rican fighter is fighting,
Yeah.
that's who the fuck I'm rooting for. I don't
I
give a
can't
fuck what you
I
think. I don't
can't
give a
do
fuck
that.
what
It's like
anybody
for
thinks.
example, I can't do that. Because when Nicholas Flores got knocked out by Tiger Johnson, I was like, damn.
You know what? You know what? You're right. But at the same time, I was still rooting for Flies. And guess
Yeah.
Yeah,
what?
I was rooting for Flaws, but
If Flies get in the ring again with let's just say Rohan Polanco, guess who I'm rooting for? I'm rooting for Nicholas Flies. I don't give
And
a
guess
fuck
what?
if
And
he
guess what?
win, lose, or draw. Y'all can kiss
Frontline,
my
I
ass.
tell
I'm
you about
biased as
that
fuck.
Frontline.
See, Frontline's
Frontline, I tell
biased,
you
but
about that.
me,
Frontline, Carlos. Frontline, I tell you about that because when you start betting with your favorite team or your nationality,
No,
you
no, no, no,
start
no.
betting with wait. Frontline, hear me out. When you start betting with your favorite team or your nationality or your race, and you're just showing pride in your people, you start betting with your heart. Okay, you won't allow yourself to see the opponent
Betting
because
and rooting are two different
oh yeah
things.
I'm just showing you that I used to be that type of guy that I bet and rooted with my heart. If I like the guy, I like the guy. There was nothing anybody else could say to me about it. Then when I started seeing fighting in its purity, that I was able to see fighters like Naoya Inoue, Usyk, people from around the world, different cultures, different ethnicity, and I no longer saw, my race or skin color or nothing. I saw a warrior, and that's what I see in Naoya Inoue, and that's why I consider him the best. But to be honest with you, we're just supporting Puerto Rican boxers right now, and let us be proud. Give us a minute to be proud for some shit.
we
Well, our
can't be
guy just
proud now.
unified.
We can't
We can't be proud for 10 seconds, bro. Chill
we can't
out.
be proud, man.
You know what I'm saying? Let us have our
Bro.
moment. Let
Look
us
at
have
what
our
Chulo,
moment.
look at what Chulo Santiago just pulled off.
Shit, I'll
He
Yeah.
be
just
damn. Listen, I'll be damn. This is just me. Frontline, he already said he biased. I'll be damn if someone say I'm biased towards
no,
Edgar
a mí sin
Berlanga.
cojones me tienen. Si quieren que, if
Bro,
they want to say
Berlanga, man, fuck out of
que se
here,
mamen
man.
un bicho todos los cabrones esos que quieren decir que I'm biased. Fuck them. I don't give a
Fucking
fuck.
frontline.
I mean,
Frontline's like, yo, it's all
Yo,
or
cause that
nothing.
shit, bro.
I
You
get
don't
it,
understand.
frontline.
You don't
I get
understand the
it.
pride. You don't understand the pride behind the flag,
No,
right?
I understand it.
So prime example in baseball when DR plays against PR,
Come on, bro.
bro.
That's the next level shit.
oh
Bro,
man,
do you
We
that's
be
understand the
rocking.
rivalry there?
Yo,
It's nothing but
yo.
flags up in the air. Like DR comes with flags, Puerto Rico comes with flags. Bro, it's something that we proud of, bro. Like,
Yeah.
you know
Now
what I'm
that's
saying? For being such a small island per capita, we have more champions than any other major
baseball against
country.
Santo Domingo, bro. Oh my
yeah.
God, that's fucking epic, bro.
But
That
they,
moment
you
when
know,
we meet, bro.
Okay, here's a prime example. Not being biased. Henry Cedeño versus Alfredo Ojo Santiago.
Mm,
Two Dominicans, right?
both, both.
Both are Dominicans. But where does Ojo reside?
Puerto Rico.
In Puerto Rico.
That's who the fuck I'm going for.
See, and look at round one. Look at my mentality. See, you see, Frontline gave his answer. Me, I gotta think about it because I'm like, man, Henry said then he can punch. He got power.
All
You know
right,
what I
so
mean?
Yeah.
So
So
that's
okay,
why
Carlos, I'm glad you brought that up because Edwin and I were talking behind the scenes earlier today. So that fight, how do you see that fight playing out?
I can see either one of them win. I can honestly see that. I can see Ojo Santiago outboxing Henry, but I feel like Henry can just hit him with the butter and then knock him out. Because
See,
if Devin Haney can knock out Ojo at 135, Henry can do it at 140.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
So you
wait. Let me get to this king dude, right? And this little telling people to go to the rule book and start ruling clinching. Well, my man, you said you had a lot to say. So now I gotta speak up. About the rules in clinching, it is up to the referee's discretion. Okay, clinching is considered a foul in boxing, but it is tolerated. Just like low blows, punching in the balls. You can get a warning and then a point deducted. Or the referee can use his discretion and see if it was a blatant foul. Now, moving around with your footwork and evading and not engaging in your opponent, the referee will pull both fighters to the center of the ring and say, hey, I need the action to start up. I'm going to call this fight because you guys are not engaging. That is also a foul of moving with your feet. So if you want to talk about rules, we can break down the rules. It is up to the referee's discretion. Most when Liam Paro fought Subriel Matias in Puerto Rico, it was a clinch fest, and they awarded him the fight. And we as Puerto Ricans didn't cry. We took it on the chin, a loss. And all Liam Paro did was clinch Subriel. So let's just be honest. And the referee in Puerto Rico was Puerto Rican, and he didn't deduct the point off Liam Paro. So we didn't complain when it was mad clinching against us. We fought through it. So I don't know where your theory of Xander being a clincher that makes him what? The weakest fighter? That kid became a world champion in 22 and he's about to unify. I don't know what world you live in, but clinching a few times in a fight under worser fights that we saw, that's your case. You've seen enough from Xander, and we're biased. And your explanation is he clinched what? 11th and 12th? It was enough to beat Chino, the guy that beat the man that beat the man. What? Brother, you act like you're saying you solved a fucking case. No, he clinched a few times. I've seen obsessive clinching in fights. Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez. What about your boy Devin? What about that? What about that footwork? What about evading, not engaging? I don't sit here and be like, no. What I'm saying is this. Xander, yes, he's in a tough division, 154. With the new arrival of Jaron Butzenis, that's a tough fucking fight right there. Bakram, I'm not sure about that. I think Xander might be able to beat that dude. You got to be much more than power to beat Xander. He's not Tim Tszyu. And for the person that said that you think that Tim Tszyu is going to beat Xander, put Tim Tszyu in the ring with Xander if you want to. Put him in the ring with him. Go ahead. Those ass whooping Tim Tszyu.
He said Tim Tszyu to beat Xander. Okay, he hated that.
Yeah, the guy
that just hated talk at that point.
The guy that said that.
Let's be real, bro. At the end of the day,
go ahead if you want to. You pump Tim Tszyu's ass up and think that he could beat young Xander. Go ahead if you want to.
Edwin, tell him how you really feel.
Listen, he's gonna get fucking rocked. The only other person that'll give Xander like a fucking problem, of course, is the Tower Inferno. You know, he's a puzzle for anybody.
We gotta give some respect to Ortiz.
Hold on.
No,
Edwin, drop the link in the chat. Drop the link in the chat. King KO.
I
You're
was only
more
talking
than
about
welcome to
champions.
come up
Okay.
here. You're more than welcome to come up here and speak your case. You don't got.
Absolutely, King
You don't
KO.
Yeah,
have to.
definitely.
You don't have to put your camera on or nothing. You could come up here and clearly speak your mind and speak your case.
Here's the link in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And we're not gonna jump you. I'm gonna let you have your moments, and I wouldn't have anybody talking over anybody. And if King KO, you come up on my channel,
It's
you
all
can get what
respect. It's all
you can
love.
get whatever you want off your chest without disrespecting any of us. This is not one of those channels that we're gonna cuss, swear at you, and think that we're all gonna be like, oh, f this, goofy that. No, intelligently come up and explain your case. You got that. You know what I'm saying?
Pound
But
for pound, you're right. What they did was they try to play Xander. They offered him a low amount with a percentage of pay-per-view buys. Xander denied it because he said he's never fought on pay-per-view and neither has Ortiz. So they won't know they won't know what those numbers are. And that's why Zayas turned it down. He's like he wants a guaranteed bag and he doesn't
yes,
care if Ortiz makes more money than him. He just wants something guaranteed. That's why the fight never went through. It was because of
Oh,
Team Ortiz.
can I say something I forgot before I forget? So if Zayas beats Abbas Barrow, look at the pattern. We'll have a third unified champion with the WBO and the WBA. Because Chulo won today, and then we got Oscar Collazo with that too. I just
yep,
find it
Okay, so
ironic.
yep.
let me get back while King KO figures out what he's gonna do, if he's gonna hop on or he's just gonna keep keyboard warrior down there. Henry Cedeño
Oh
and
yeah,
Ojo
talk about that.
Santiago. So the same exact way, Edwin's my witness. We talked earlier today, and I told him, I said, I personally, I got Ojo winning if, and this is a big if he boxes the
And
whole fight.
if he starts early, he got to start early.
Now, if he tries to go al tome dame with Cedeño, Ojo could be in trouble.
Yeah,
Now, Ojo, right now, Cedeño got in his head by calling him a fake Dominican because he lives in Puerto
yeah,
Rico.
yeah. And
And
another
that
thing.
shit, and that shit bothered the fuck out of Ojo.
Oh, you can see it. You can see it in his oh.
So, so,
his eye be twitching, bro. I don't know if you noticed.
so that being said, if Ojo goes in with that mentality that he's a fake Dominican and he's trying to prove to the Dominican fans that he's Dominican,
Yeah, you can't do that.
he might get knocked out, bro. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
but
Nah, nah, nah.
front
I,
line.
I don't. I don't think he'll do that.
They I've heard. I think Subrel said it that Ojo wants to like actually hurt Henry. So
Yeah, because
like,
Ojo's hurt behind what Cedeño said that he's a fake Dominican.
yeah, I know, and but don't put yourself in danger though.
Right.
Stay
Hey,
with
yo,
the
Frontline.
plan.
Okay, Frontline, do me a favor real quick.
What's
Right
up, bro?
underneath where I dropped the link the last time, read all the chats from under there.
All right, we got Mark and Odd said potentially best fight next going to be Inoue versus Nakatani, Inoue versus any champ at 26, Ennis versus Ortiz,
Yes,
Bivol versus Benavidez, and Cruz versus Ray Murataya.
I like that. Mark 9 727 721.
King KO says, I'm talking to this Fukoki, but if you want to get into it, have at it. I'm not the only one in the chat who saw Zayas run and clinch like a scared fighter. Mark says, King KO for life. Who do you think won on Ennis versus Ortiz? They haven't fought yet, but he said he believes this one of the best fights next year. And then Koki's just getting at it with those guys.
Well,
It's
this
just
is
a
the
bunch.
this is the great thing about boxing. Everybody can like their own fighters. Everybody can have their own taste and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to force nobody to like Xander Zayas. You know what I mean? I
King,
just
King KO. we're not triggered about critiquing Zayas. We critique him. We know that he needs improvement. We're not
Oh,
saying
we're hard on him enough. You know what I'm saying?
we're very well aware.
Yeah.
But when you come up or not come up, but when you start typing that he did excessive clinching and he ran like a scared fighter, I think you're the only one that saw that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that he's not that. Let's just admit. You got to admit you might have spoke a little too far on that. But King, you got your right to your opinion. I'm not trying to sell you on the fact. You feel like he clinched or whatever. What fighter you think is doing it better than them? And then if you even say Jerron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, you know what I'm just going to say next? Neither of them are world champion in this division.
For
Virgil
example,
Ortiz has been this good, and he's been reviewed from many as being a great fighter, but never a world champion. It's only ironic that the young Xander beat him to that. Like Virgil went and tried to take a shot at Xander and say he's not a very good champion, and Xander said, "Well, you're not even a champion. First, become a champion, then take a shot at me." You know? So I find it funny that all these other fighters are better than these other guys, but these other guys are doing record breaking shit, legendary shit, championship shit, and multiple things. A lot of people said they were better than Naoya anyway, but he did better shit. A lot of people
Shushu
said they
beats
were
now, yeah.
they were better than Terence Crawford. Oh, Terence Crawford ain't shit. He ain't gonna beat Saul Canelo Alvarez. Look what Terence Crawford did. He jumped a two-weight division. He didn't fight a world champion. He fought an undisputed world champion, a guy that has 4 belts. That's how strong of the champion he fought. So, and then after he does it, oh, Terence Crawford ain't shit. Really? Like, oh shit, like wow. But it's every day these fighters are gonna get this. And I get it. I get it.
Shushu
But
TKO.
beats in the
Let
way.
me say something.
Shushu beats in the way.
stop it, front line. Just you're gonna
Stop
get kicked off the show, okay? You know what
Hey,
I mean?
hey, KKO, to end the whole Zayas talk, because it's nonsense at this point. Of course, you're not the only one that say that. You know what I mean? I imagine a whole bunch of people say the same thing that you're saying. Listen, there's people that say that Boots Anderson hasn't proved anything, and he has been unified. He had the Ring magazine at 147. Same thing with Ortiz, with Ortiz not being a champion, not even at 140, 147, or 154. Um, so everybody got their opinion. I just give credit where credit is due. You know what I mean? If Zayas beats Abbas Baru, that's an accomplishment at the end of the day.
King KO, he was not gifted the belt. He fought. He didn't pick up a vacant. He fought for the vacant title. There's a difference.
Yeah,
What's his name?
because
Tank got emailed the belt. Benavidez got faxed the belt.
Devin Haney got faxed the belt. You know what I'm saying? But and then
Zayas fought for
that
the
was the wrong thing
vacant
to
belt.
say. That was the wrong thing to say, King. You were going good until you fucked up now, right? Because not only did he fight for a vacant belt, which that's what you're going to be acclaimed, but he fought the number one contender to the belt that beat the number one prospect for the right to that belt. You understand?
I think with that we finished
So
with this
so
whole
when he
conversation.
fought for his vacant belt, it's not like when Lomachenko fought for his vacant belt, they got a guy ranked number fucking 100 and something for him to
Hey King,
fight.
and we're not getting at you either.
Nah.
We
Now
like
we
to
we
engage,
now we're
but we
engaging on your
also
King. You're throwing out questions and we're answering them.
right. We're
We're not
educating,
getting
but at the
on you.
same time, like
That's
right
right.
now, he just put Zayas didn't beat a champ. Just face the facts. He did not face a champ. He fought for the vacant belt,
Okay, wait. King.
and he became
Okay,
champion, and
stop,
now
stop.
he's unifying.
Okay, wait. Frontline, hold on. If you're gonna talk about the situation, you must bring out all the facts. Okay, so we have to account for what took place. First of all, he couldn't beat a champion because the champion vacated the belt to fight Tim Zoo. So where's your champion for the WBO if the champion himself, to avoid from fighting you, which you were is mandatory, he vacated the belt. So Google some shit before you talk, right? Okay, because that's the way it went down. And then on top of that, they didn't give the young 22-year-old kid just anybody. They gave him the man that beat the man. So you were fighting at the highest level for a vacated belt that the guy avoided from fighting you. That's the situation.
When it comes to belts, round one, love his belts.
Don't dress it up like try to sell people lies. No, we're gonna talk like it is. That's it.
Man, what you guys think about that fight? Is it Saturday? Nick Ball versus Brandon Figueroa.
I like it. I like it. You know, uh Brandon Figueroa reminds me of Luis Pantera Nari, just taller. They fight kind of like the same rock'em sock'em on the inside. The Heartbreak Kid ain't never gonna change his boxing style. You know what he's gonna bring to the table.
Right.
Here we
Brandon, I
go.
think
Yeah,
he's gonna be
you're not bringing the facts, just bias for science, and that's a fact. We just broke down to you.
Just
he's
forget
not
it, man.
bringing the facts.
Yo,
What do you
I
mean?
yeah, I can't. It's funny,
That is
man.
Just let
exactly
him
what
have it. Just let him
happened.
have it. Just let him have it. Just
That's
Yeah,
exactly
yo,
what
King
happened.
KO, you
Oh my
got it.
god.
you got
You
it,
got
man.
it.
You got it.
You
You're the
got it,
winner.
bro. You got it. You
And the
got
got
it.
it.
new champ and the new
Wow.
King
Yeah.
KO.
And the new In Denial boxing champion, the award goes to, give me a drum
King.
roll, please. Brrr. King KO. Yo, come on, brother. You got this. Yo,
Hey,
yo.
Hey,
I was thinking about man, like this 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 fight of
well, while you get your thoughts together, hey, Edwin, did you see the interview that Keith Colon had on Omar Flow?
Fucking Keith Cologne, bro. Every fucking day everybody keeps talking and I keep forgetting. Something comes up, a Christmas gift. I got a shovel, my daughter. Keith
Hey,
Cologne. If you're
so
out there, you're dead. Yo, my man.
can drink some water, man.
Cualquier
felicidades,
hora,
Edwin.
Drink some water.
Felicidades.
cualquier hora, no me importa, bro. Mira, I've been trying to get up with your son. I
¿Cómo
know you
fue?
guys are
What you said?
busy.
¿Que te
busy.
qué?
Que a cualquier hora, no importa. Llámame,
¿Que tú quieres? ¿Cómo?
que me llame.
No, what you said?
What? Stop trying
You,
to give me the word and say it's funny. Shut up. Anyway.
you said llámame, pues felicidades.
Anyway, no, that's not what I said. Anyway,
Hey yo, and
just call me,
listen
bro.
on Omar Flow.
Yeah,
Omar Flow asked him, "What would you like, to who would be like a fight that you would like to have?" And he said, it's still too early for him, but he would love to share the ring with Inoue at 126. Dude, for a young kid coming up and having expectations like that, that shows a lot where his mindset is at. He's going in the right direction. In layman's terms, he's going in the right direction. He knows it's too soon for him to call out Inoue, but his head is in the right direction.
right.
You got to give
Um,
it to the kid.
and another thing is like, here we go. We were about to see Nick Ball fight a pretty tall featherweight and shit like that, right? But everybody Nick Ball fights is taller than him, bigger than him, always.
Yep.
As he's just the little engine that could. I think that a
Why you
lot of
say it like
people,
that? Why you say it like that?
because I truly believe that Nick Ball, his story, his size, and what he brings to the table, everybody gravitates towards him because everybody likes an underdog story. Everybody, one for the little guys. And when you get a guy like that, and there's a lot of fights that Nick Ball went into, I thought he was gonna lose. I was he ain't gonna win. He's done. And he fucking wins.
Hey, it
And he
makes sense.
wins.
King KO comes from TBV. It all makes sense now.
And he wins. He wins. He wins, right? So I'm like, I'm saying to myself, right? I'm like, and then Nick Ball, right? When you hear him talk, he understands the business side of boxing. He understands that all his hard work and the belt represents his life's work, and he's willing to put that up for a payday because we are prize fighters. The biggest payday, north or south, is Naoya Inoue. He's the only bantamweight that's making millions of dollars. There's no other bantamweight making that kind of money that Inoue's making. Not even close, right? So Nick Ball, what does he do? He goes out, he fights TJ Doheny. He wants to fight Sam Goodman, which was going to be an opponent for Naoya Inoue, but never end up fighting him. But he's on track. Now that he's going to fight Brandon Figueroa, it's a coincidence that who did Brandon Figueroa fight and beat? Luis Pantera Nari. Who did Luis Pantera Nari put down? Naoya Inoue. So Nick Ball.
Yo, hey, hold on one second. Hold on one second. King KO in the chat. Yo, you can get at people however you want. We don't talk mothers here. We don't talk family members. We don't talk kids. We don't do none of that shit. That's some pussy shit.
What's going on? No, he didn't do no shit like that, did he?
Yeah, he's coming over from TBV, and yeah, he said that he
What did
was
he say?
he said he wanted to see
I
you crash out like you did on the Boxing
last
Boys.
night. Oh,
Chill. Crash
all
out.
right.
And yo, we yo in here we could roast each other. We can do whatever, but bro, we don't talk mothers. We don't talk family. We don't talk kids. We don't talk none of that shit. That's some pussy shit.
Nah, I had to put him on a little timeout myself. Then we're not gonna play that. We're not gonna do that, bro. We're just gonna, you know what I mean? We're not that ghetto over here. You know what I'm saying? We could like argue with class.
We
You
can
know what I'm saying?
roast. We can talk
Oh
about each
yeah,
other. We can talk
yeah.
about fighters.
That's no
We
problem.
don't talk mothers. We don't
No
talk
kids,
family,
mom,
kids,
nothing
none
like
of that
that.
shit.
I
That's
don't
some
care.
pussy shit.
I don't care what man you were before this or after this. All we're doing is talking a boxing podcast show about boxing and fighting and opinions mostly of what we feel about these fight or fighters. None of us have a crystal ball. I could not definitely tell you who's going to win. So a lot of it's based off of guessing. Don't take it so personal. But I love the interacting. I love that you had all the questions about Xander, and I'm thankful for all of them because it kept the show going and all of us going with it. But you went a little left with the little jokes. If I let you slide with that one, what would you say next? You know, I'm just saying I build a safe, respectable platform where we could all discuss our fighters. And at the end of the day, no matter what you think about Xander or any of your fighters, for me to you, I respect what you know, who you like and your opinions, because you're a boxing fan, you know, and that's what it is. But we're not just gonna go down this road. So just for a fair warning, when the timeout's out, you come back, my man. You know what I'm saying? Just be cool, and keep talking your shit. Keep talking your shit. Don't stop talking your shit, and tell me what you feel about whatever a fighter. Just keep it in boxing. That's all.
Hey,
You know,
round
and be
one.
respectful. What's up?
Hey, round one. Have you been eating?
Yeah, why?
Man, I can see
You
your
look like a
ribs.
skeleton.
Oh
I can see your ribs.
yeah. Yeah, man, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That
I,
weight cut was a motherfucker.
that weight cut was a motherfucker. Huh? Yo, listen, I'm all skin and bones. Listen, I'm about to eat
Hey,
That
some
motherfucker's all water right now. Fucking Marco
oh,
waterboarded his ass.
I needed that. I
Yo,
needed that laugh. Hey, I don't know about y'all. I would love to see a Nick Ball versus Rafael Espinosa fight. Oh, imagine seeing that. Just
I don't
imagine
know.
it.
He just might be too tall for that little dude, bro.
Just 5'2" versus 6'1".
He's gonna punch him in his balls, bro. Big Balls is gonna punch Espinosa in his balls all night. Boom, 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 right there.
Chill.
He's gonna fucking end him.
Hey,
Espinosa
That's
won't
funny.
have kids after that. Like,
hey, King KO. King KO, it's all love. It's all love. You can get
oh,
at Cookie all you want. You can get at him. Hey,
yeah,
that's what the
talk,
chat is
talk
for.
your shit, but
But
keep it there, bro.
don't bring mothers up. Don't bring
Oh,
family, kids, none of that shit. Yeah, keep it amongst y'all.
yeah.
However, roast them. I don't give a fuck. Cookie don't care.
Remember that? Remember that joke? Remember that joke? It's like all it's a meme, right? He's like, "What's your name?" He's like, I forgot what he said, Ezekiel or some shit. And he's like, don't you bring my mother into it. And he's like, no, he's like, I built a fire. He's like, oh, over there. And he's like, oh. And then I banged your mother next to it. And then he's like, they start, it's just a classic meme that they do like all kinds of like animals and people over it, the voiceover. And it's that old thing, like when you run out of something to say, just get loud and disrespectful. Now you're showing your weakness. You know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
like
when it comes
no
to
longer.
certain discussions and certain
Yeah.
certain opinions and shit like that, when you hit certain people
Uh-oh.
with the facts,
Here comes Coquise gonna fucking rip him away. Look, he came up. He
Yo,
got
real
the
quick,
mic.
I'm gonna say, guys, welcome to
He's
Round One Sports Talk. The home of the place. With boxing talk, boxing news, and also where
and it's
guys from the
free.
where guys from the boxing boys come here. They talk shit, and then when I come on, they be like, "Wait, I got work."
yeah.
Shout out to Forbes. Shout out to Forbes. I remember when he came on, he was like, "I want all that song," and I'm like, "All right, here's the address to my gym. I'll give you the keys. I got the guest pass for you." And then he's like, "Oh, I got work."
No, but the point I was getting across is whenever we're starting a discussion and we're trying to get a point across, right? Answering a specific question that was asked,
yeah.
it seems like every time we answer the question with facts, it
Yeah.
seems like the goalpost keeps getting pushed further and further
Nah,
to
nah,
get.
nah, nah. Nah, you know why? You know why? Because of like the situation with me and Ness, right? Where he's like, oh, round one, Google shit, like you don't know shit type shit, right? So in that day, what a lot of these like casual fans do, they took that and ran with it. If they would have watched the video, he didn't check me in Google or nothing actually like a boxer situation. It was under investigation whether or not they took did investigation with Subir versus the match with Mad Match Duracek, and that was my opinion that they did, and it was Ness's that they didn't, and that he beat him on PEs. But just like I can say, I think there was investigation, then what gives Ness the right to say, I think he fought him on PEs and killed him?
Right.
You
Yeah,
couldn't say
that's
that
not
neither.
factual.
Right. That's not facts neither. You couldn't say, I could just turn around saying, Ness, you need to Google that shit because you're talking shit because you don't got facts on that.
I
Right.
got
Well,
facts.
So
I got facts on
you
this
see
if
what
you
I'm
want
saying?
them.
So some of these guys come from over there, right? They caught a little bit of the show. They caught a little bit of tail end or something. They talk amongst themselves. And then all of a sudden they think, oh, this guy's not credible or something. When in fact, they're the ones that come up, don't do their research, are not as credible. Even if you give them the facts, they're still gonna be like, you see what I'm saying? So it's like you realize the exact thing they're trying to tell you that you are, and just let them talk for a little while and just sit there like this, and they'll reveal themselves. So that's why I tell you guys, like, when he was started saying that shit, I was like, dude, you do realize you do talk for your own race fighters, right? That's a conundrum. Like you're accusing of doing exactly what you do. Like, but anyway,
My thing is the whole thing, right? The whole thing about Zayas, right?
yeah.
Since that's the topic that's got everybody hot.
We're back to it. Oh man.
Well, no, just to get it out there. Okay, he fought for a vacant title, but he's the only boxer at 54 right now that's looking to unify. Nobody else is looking to unify.
Frontline, fuck it, man. If they want to see Zayas as the weakest link, let them, bruh. Zayas got to prove it to everyone, bruh. Regardless, still got a lot of
King,
work to do.
King KO says he's got the paperwork. I think everybody, Google got that shit.
That shit is out there, bro. You can't hide that shit. But
What are you talking about?
I know snitch.
nah, nah, nah.
I know snitch.
Chill. No. Listen. Everybody, people, I'm not gonna say nothing about that, right? Because that's none of my business, right?
Now we
I
talking
met,
boxing here.
yeah, I met the man on a boxing platform. That's how I met you. That's how I live my life today. I'm not no more street, no more. And I understood as a young man on the street, even though I was a fucking asshole and I was a menace, that I was taught that a pedestrian is not considered the same way a thug. A thug lives by a set of rules. No snitching, this, that, but a pedestrian doesn't. When she picks you out, you might say she told on you, but technically she's a citizen. We don't play by the same rules. Once I understood that concept in life, as I matured in my life, I entered different phases in my life. I am no longer standing out on that street corner with my boys. I'm not a kid. I didn't meet them under this. We're not selling a brick to each other. I'm not holding them by those standards. I'm not saying what was said was wrong, was right, but what he built is what I'm into, boxing. And how I view him as a man. We all got mistakes. We all got things. Now, I get it. I get it. That one is a big one. I get it. Morley,
Uh,
street shit. I
Bobos is
understand.
funny.
I
yo,
understand. I understand. But I'm just about the sport. He has a lot of connections. He's made a lot of friends. And I
Edwin,
learn. That's it.
Edwin, may I respond to KKO?
Yeah.
All right, so yo, I don't have a problem with you really. It's just you come in here on caps locks. I'm not sure how old are you, but if you're over 30 with caps locks, bro, how many people you think that's gonna ride with you, bro? Like, come on, man. Caps locks is already a fucking deal breaker. No one wants to read a dude writing essays and shit. You writing paragraphs like 100 times. So it's not. My problem is not with you. It's just act like a man. You know what I'm
What's
saying?
the
Because
address, Cokie? What's the address?
2323 Heavy Land Avenue, Bronx, New York, 104
Hey, yo, do you
58.
got the guest pass for him?
Yeah, $20
Okay, cool.
on me,
Got
and
it. All right.
I bought him a
I
fongo.
ain't gonna
I
lie.
bought him a fongo right after too.
I ain't gonna
We'll sit
lie.
down and eat. I put the limon on it too for him,
I wish
because he
I
won't be
could
able to
go.
move his mouth.
You'll
I wish
feed
I
him.
could
You'll
go to the
feed him.
Bronx.
I'll feed him with a spoon and shit, with his fucking broken jaw,
Hey yo, he'll walk in there
like a little
and then
baby.
and then
I put the napkin on his shirt too, like a little baby, a little bib.
I'm not
You're
gonna
gonna burp
lie.
him after.
Yeah,
I'm,
man.
I'm not
But
gonna lie.
KKO, I'm cool. I'm a cool dude, man. I'm not. Don't hate me, bro. All right.
yeah,
me
yeah, man.
personally, I'm not gonna lie. I always
We
wanted
just
to go to the
talking
Bronx.
shit.
Yeah,
I never
come through,
went.
man.
I never went to the
Hey,
Bronx.
KKO. This platform here, bro. It's not like over there. Over here, it's more like a boxing family. Like we all know each other. We all chop it up. We all talk shit to each other. We all agree to disagree. It's different.
Shit, I want to go to
Nah, this is
Boston too.
100. Nah, when I hear King Kiro talking his talk, it's just like me talking to one of my boys. Me and my boy, we don't always disagree, but we chop it up. We all chop
Hey,
it up. That's all. We respect,
Hey, round one.
like,
If
yeah.
I ever go to Boston, would you help me find my long lost aunt?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. We'll start in the harbor.
Because
You know what I'm
I'm being
saying?
dead ass serious. Because the story goes that my grandfather went to America and he ended up with this gringa and then he dipped and
but I
something
thought you
like
was half Puerto Rican, half Dominican. So I know. Fuck the gringa come into the picture.
Hey, yo,
no,
we fuck everybody.
I'm fully Puerto Rican. My dad is Puerto Rican. My mom's Puerto Rican. Where you got the Dominican part?
Oh, you said that shit before in one of the lives.
Nah, that was me, bro.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah, my dad
Oh, so
came to Puerto Rico on a Yola,
on a
Oh, okay.
Yola.
illegally.
Oof.
Yeah, from Santo Domingo.
Like I can't claim being Dominican because I don't.
He said
You look at me.
Dominican.
I'm not Dominican, bro. I can't. I don't sound Dominican. I don't look like
I
it. I don't. You know what I mean? I got family from the República
Yeah,
Dominicana, but
okay,
like,
okay. All right,
listen,
all right.
same here too. I don't really
All right,
relate.
but
pound for
I've
pound,
been
King wants
raised
to
in.
get back to boxing. Let's
Let's
get back
get
to
back to
boxing.
Let's get
boxing.
back to
Let's get
boxing.
back to
What we
boxing.
talking
Let's
about?
get
Ancestry.com.
Word.
I don't know. Hey
Yo,
guys,
real
anyway.
quick, King KO, you a bitch, but yo, Evan, what up?
Yo, and that's with
Bull
love.
Rider
Thank you.
game farm. Yes, I claim Shakur.
We
Yeah,
claim
yo,
Shakur.
that's Shakur Rivera right there. Shakur
That's
Rivera, you know.
right there.
Hey,
You know
bro,
what I'm saying?
I
He's
can't
got
wait
some
for
props.
that fight, man.
Hey yo,
You
hey
got
yo.
a Bull Rider. You got to understand how Puerto Ricans think. If just because you're not born on an island, it don't mean you're not Puerto Rican. That
Hey yo,
shit's in your
let me
I
ask you
blood.
guys.
claim Carmelo.
Hold on. Let me ask you guys. I got you guys here right now, right? We got the Jake Paul fight coming up, right? We got the Jake Paul fight card.
El
Um,
Dorado.
and the co-main event to that, of course, is Alicia Bungard I saw her get into a few words with Daniel Dubois' sister. Did you guys see that girl, man? That girl's a beast, man. When she stood up in that dress, Daniel Dubois' sister. You guys haven't catch that?
I
Yo,
didn't
Is that who
see.
I
she's
I didn't
seen
she's
her
fighting?
see.
like,
say.
I didn't
she's
see it,
like,
but I heard Alicia's taking. This is Alicia Baumgartner, right?
yeah, Alicia, yeah.
I heard that she's taking her opponent for granted.
Yeah, her and her opponent started like laughing and things. Elisa Bungard did more arguing and fighting with the girls in front of her than she kind of did with her opponent, I felt. And then the side disparities with Jake Paul and AJ, I was like, whoa, that's like a lot.
Can Let me ask
He,
y'all something.
well,
I feel like Amanda Serrano should take that Alicia fight as a retirement fight. I feel like she could beat her.
yeah, I think she's too big for her. What do you think, guys? And too old?
I think Amanda's too big for her, yo. Because Alicia, you know what's Alicia, right? She gets stuck in the mud. Like when she's there, bro, she's not that light footed
Wait, what you
as
mean
I
too big
expect her
for
to
her?
be.
Wait, ain't Alicia 130 and Amanda's 126? Like,
And I think
what?
Amanda's like what 140.
No. For
No,
this fight
140,
against
no.
Erica Cruz, she went down to 26. She went
Oh
back
She
to her
went
wow.
down
natural
to
weight.
Yeah,
26?
but she fought this girl because it was the preacher's daughter at that weight. Um, fucking what's her name?
Uh,
Erica
um,
Cruz,
No,
no,
man.
no.
The one she fought just rematched her 3 times, man. Katie Taylor.
Taylor,
Katie Taylor.
Taylor.
Katie
Katie
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yeah.
No, but I feel like it's just the reason why I say that. I feel like as a retirement fight, I think that would be a great name under her belt. It just it will sell. It will sell. You know what I mean? I think that would because it's two well known women. Um, yeah, I wanted that. Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like imagine Jake Paul not beating Anthony Joshua, but having a draw. What you think about that?
God damn, that'll be bad. That'll be the worst thing.
Why you say like
Because you heard
Hey,
Turkey. You heard
that'll
Turkey on the boxing voice. No, check it out.
I'm sorry, wrong one.
that'll be like Gallo the producer versus Juanma Lopez.
Oh my fucking word! He's supposed to whoop fucking Jake Paul. Look at, remember when Turkey came on the boxing voice and we was talking and he started calling Jake Paul Jack Paul. He said if Jack Paul fights AJ, and then we were like, bro, he would never take the fight. He'll get wiped out. And he says, no, but I want him to fight. But if AJ can't beat Jack Paul, he said, then I'll know that AJ is washed up and I know he'll be finished out of boxing. He won't invest in the AJ no more. By AJ losing to him, Turkey walks out the back door on you. That you lose everything, AJ.
What if AJ's making his payday against Jack Paul?
Oh, I know he's making a payday because listen, besides his bag, there's probably a bag of gold from the turkey to AJ. And Turkey's not hiding it. He
But
got on the boxing voice and basically we said to him, this would be a setup fight. And Turkey said, I know, I don't care. He says, I want AJ to knock Jake Paul out so we can get him the hell out of boxing. He said
round
it on
one,
the box. Turkey's not hiding it.
but round
He
one,
said,
like, how could I say a draw because I feel like a draw wouldn't hurt either fighter.
no,
AJ will.
it would mean that AJ is done in Turkey's eyes. He ain't gonna fuck with you.
But
If
he
you
can still
go,
fight Tyson Fury. That fight never happened.
yeah, and Turkey's not gonna fund it. Listen, you'll just be like Subriel Matias is right now without Turkey money. I'm trying to tell you. Look, check this out. If 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 he goes a draw with him, that was like fucking Tyson Fury going the distance with uh
Francis Ngannou.
Francis Ngannou. If Tyson Fury would have lost that belt, that WBC belt to Francis Ngannou, and he didn't have that belt to fight Usyk as for unification, he's lucky he made it out of there with the win, not the draw. He got the win. In your situation, you're saying a draw. He didn't bring the win. He didn't carry out the mission for Turkey, and Turkey's not going to believe in you. If you can't beat little ass Jake Paul, that's not a real heavyweight, right? Why am I going to put money on you to fight the top heavyweights? You're done. I'm going to feel like you're a damaged fighter. Now, Turkey's giving Deontay Wilder an opportunity. Only one reason, because Usyk picked him. And he's still got a big name, and that right hand, you can never count him out. So the mysteriousness, can he lie in that right hand, Deontay Wilder? We don't really think he can win, but Deontay Wilder is still Deontay Wilder. So that's why I say, like, if he loses to Jake Paul, brother, AJ's done.
But
But
a
now
draw, even a draw,
he's done. He's done. Yo, listen.
it's 8 rounds. Round 1 is
Who-
8 rounds, though. You gotta think
Okay,
about it.
listen. AJ can roll out of bed without a training camp, and he's expected to beat Jake Paul on day one. Am I right? Yes. Okay. So it doesn't matter. AJ forgot more about boxing than Jake Paul ever learned at his best prime. Right? Okay. AJ's a Olympic heavyweight champion, multiple heavyweight champion. He's not like he's old coming out of retirement. He's an active fighter. You mean to tell me an active, former heavyweight champion, and I say keyword active, can't be a YouTube sensation that's coming up? Jake Paul is obviously going to look better than his last fight, but let's take notes. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. would have fought a little bit like that in the last 2 rounds, like in the middle. He beats Jake Paul. Jake Paul gassed out. Julio Cesar Chavez was punching him all over in the face. Them last 2 rounds, all I saw Jake Paul going backwards, getting punched in the face. You can't take AJ punches like that in that late rounds. AJ knocked out Francis Ngannou, that in the UFC, he was a UFC champion that took knees to the face. And no one knocked that man out. AJ knocked him out with one straight shot. Bro, no. If AJ does nothing less than knock out Jake Paul, the mission failed.
So, Pound for Pound King commented and said, "What if AJ and Jake have agreed to go the distance and AJ wins on points?"
Okay, he'll get scrutiny, but they'll want to see him again. They'll say that AJ got paid off like Mike Tyson. Like the world was like mad at Mike Tyson for about a month, and then we love Mike Tyson again. We were like, "Fuck it, get the bag, Mike."
You think
like,
Mike Tyson gave a fuck after he got
right,
paid?
at like 60 years old, get the fucking bag, Mike. You get a pass, right? Okay.
And showed his ass. Showed his
Yo,
ass to everybody.
Edwin, let me ask you a question.
Because key word, Mike Tyson is not an active fighter. Active.
Yo,
Okay?
Edwin.
Mike Tyson was damn near 60 years old. He took a payday. Okay, Mike, get yours. But if AJ does it as an active fighter, how many people came to social media and what did they have to say about Tyson Fury when all he did was get dropped in the fight with Francis Ngannou? And he won the fight. What was the criticism like? When the odds maker went to his next fight, was he considered this feared Tyson Fury unstoppable force that beat up Deontay Wilder multiple times? Did he look as invincible? The Las Vegas line spoke loud and clear. That cloak of invincibility was lifted on that night when Francis Ngannou put him on his ass. And shouts out to Mike Tyson being the only fighter in Francis's corner when the rest of the world was on Tyson Fury, saying, this fight's not going to even be competitive. Tyson Fury is just going to wipe him down. And look what happened. He almost fumbled the bag. AJ and Turkey he's not hiding it. He's saying he's sending him out there on a mission to knock out Jake Paul to get him out of boxing. There is a bonus on it for the knockout, just like there was a bonus on Francis Ngannou's head. He doesn't hide it.
Round one, man. But Jake got He brought in people for his camp. He brought in Jared Anderson. He
I
brought
don't
in
care who you brought in.
Frank
What's the
Frank
saying say?
Sanchez.
What's the
Frank
old
Sa-
saying say? They
Frank
can't fight for
Sanchez.
you.
Yeah,
They
that's
can't
true.
fight for
Yeah.
you on fight night, can they? No. All them people you brought in,
You brought in
all the
Shakur.
no, I don't care. None of that's gonna fight for you on fight night,
Jake
Jake Paul.
Jake is gonna be on his bike. He's gonna be on his
Jake's gonna
bike.
be by himself in that ring, and guess what's gonna be coming his way? Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, but Joshua is known for having an empty tank early.
Empty tank early. Okay, sure. Yeah, right.
His
Oh,
gas tank run out quick.
Mhm.
oh, also he
Wait,
can't
wait, wait,
pass.
wait. Front line. Like Jake Paul is gonna put the kind of pressure that's gonna have him going backwards and gassing out.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
right.
no,
He's
but he
gonna
can
be
have him
comfortable. He's gonna
chasing.
be comfortable. He's gonna be comfortable. And the kind of pressure that Jake Paul, he's gonna be able to fight there all night. And he'll be able to take a fight immediately after that and go another 12 rounds.
Yo,
The
since we're
type of
talking
fighter
about
with
what
Jake
ifs,
Paul.
what if Subriel after Subriel Matias beats Dalton Smith, what if Turkey brings up Alex Azan or whatever the fuck his name is number 8 in the WBC
Oh, that
and
guy
says
from
Subriel, you fighting him next?
well,
Oh, you talking about Adam
okay,
Azim?
Adam
Yeah,
Azim. Okay, but wait, front line. Like,
we're talking what ifs here.
no. Okay. We're talking what ifs, and I'm gonna talk about what is, right? The At the conclusion of that fight with Subriel Matias and Dalton Smith, even if Subriel Matias was to fall to Dalton Smith or he was to be victorious, guess what's gonna happen that night? You Turkey, you don't walk up to me with fighters anymore. We control the fight. We call our fighters now. We hold our own cards.
Um,
You understand? So you can come with your Ali dude and you could present an offer or whatever if we want to choose to do business or whatever. But technically, now we hold our own events and we can go by the WBC ranking now.
to respond to
And I have
Frontline,
a big voice.
yeah, with Azim, right? With Dawson Smith is a counterpuncher. And Matthias has fought counterpunchers with Jukambayev and other guys. So Matthias has experience with that style. And I think Matthias will beat Dalton Smith. But Azim, bro, like, and I hate him. I hate him because, I hate a lot of UK fighters, just a lot of hype with them. But Azim has a very amateur style. He has a very good, not in the bad way. He has a lot of fundamentals that I think would give Matthias problems. And I think Matthias fighting at 140 so much, he's getting older, right? I'd rather Matthias take these fights now than Azim catch Matthias when Matthias is like 35. And then, they hype up Azim because he's beating older guys. So for me, that's a fight I want to push to the side because at this point in Matthias' career, he got to deal with Dalton, right? He got to deal with Puello, the rematch, right? But after that, man, Matthias been fighting guys, mandatories, fucking Eastern European guys, tough Mexicans, tough Argentinians, right? Matthias is fighting all these guys that people don't know the names of. He got to get a Tio. He got to get a Haney. So if Eddie Hearn and Turkey Al-Sheikh want to get Azim, the WBC title shot, he got to wait because Matthias has been waiting his entire career to get a big name. Matthias should get the winner of Tio and Shakur or whoever, maybe go to 147 to get Haney.
Get Richard Hitchinson.
Or Hitchinson or
Vacate that
Gary
belt.
Antoine Russell.
Yeah, or Gary.
Fuck it.
That's the best fight. Talk about it. For me, the best fight in that division is Gary Antoine Russell versus Subriel Matias. What do you guys
agree.
think about that fight?
I think that's one of the best one, in my opinion.
Because neither of these guys are gonna run.
Well,
No.
let's
Gary
think
Antoine
about it.
Russell. Nope, I don't believe it. Gary Antoine Russell is a smart fighter. He's a pressure fighter. He's a stubborn fighter, but he's also a strong fighter. Just like Subriel. That's why I like him. I don't
Gary
think
Antoine
he's gonna
Russell
run.
got
And there's
got
nothing you're gonna tell me that Subriel's gonna run.
Gary
So
Antoine Russell got a tough job to handle with Hioka and the Jake undercard.
They got them fighting in January or February because I think he's not on the undercard anymore.
Oh,
No,
he's
I don't.
not.
No, I read that off yesterday. He wasn't
Yeah,
on.
yeah. Edwin told me yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he wasn't
I
on
feel
the
like,
card at all.
listen, I think Matias, in my opinion, he has to take advantage this moment. He's getting up there in age. In a sense, he's like 33, about to possibly going up to 34 soon. Uh, get through Dalton Smith. Hey, do that Puello. I don't know, and then probably that Pitbull because Pitbull called you
Let
out too.
let
Go ahead, Frontline.
let me tell you something. Richard Hitchinson or Richardson Hitchens has a big task ahead of him. He better not be thinking about Matias. He better not be thinking about
Keyshawn.
none of these other boxers. He's got Jermaine, the technician, Ortiz coming up. Let me tell you something. Say whatever you want about Ortiz, Jermaine. Jermaine's, in my opinion, Jermaine beats him.
Like why he beats him. Add to it.
It's I'm not knocking Hitchens on his boxing ability. If Jermaine goes in with the right game plan and executes, Hitchens is done in that fight.
Hey, yo, front line, you're being fucking biased. He's Puerto Rican. All right. All right. You're being fucking
well,
biased
well,
right
Jermaine's
now.
only half Puerto Rican.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying? That'll count. So, um, Richard Hitchison, look,
I,
I
I
think I
think
think he's a dangerous fighter, but I like Jermaine in the fight. And you're right. If Richard Hitchison ain't gonna fight Subir Matias, which we all know that he blatantly ducked Subir Matias. Once upon a time, I could take you back into history with me, where that Richard Hitchens was in an interview and he said he just fought a title eliminator at this point in his career and he won it. They said, congratulations, you're the next to be the mandatory to, which at the time was Subir Matias. He turned around and said, I no longer want to fight for the IBF because I can't make that 10-pound rehydration claw. That's why I can't fight Matias.
And he's the champion in what
To
belt?
come on, you're jumping the story. You're going right to the ending. Yo, get this guy out of here. Right. Anyway, so look. So um, so he goes no sooner than Matias loses the belt, he fights for that very said title, which shoots himself in the foot. If that was a problem, you couldn't make the weight, you couldn't make the rehydration, you were gonna go move up in weight. You were telling the boxing world at the time. Then you went and fought for the belt and won the belt. So now that Subir Matias was climbing up the IBF ranking by becoming the WBC champion, it takes you off the ranking list. So technically, Subir and Richard Hitchison does not have to fight Subir. There's not a rule in boxing that says a champion must fight another champion. It has to be ordered by the sanctioning bodies, and both parties basically got to agree. You kind of got to hope that the next champion has your same ambition to unify, or you simply make him an offer he can't refuse. And he's like, damn, this is 4 times the money I've ever made. It's worth it. That's what I was talking about Nick Ball. Nick Ball understood his hard work for his belt, and he's trying to get that Inouye fight because he even said it. If there was any belt, I mean, any fight you want to put your hard work against, at least let it pay off. This is what brought me that big payday. Without that belt, I don't get that big payday. But you gotta maintain that shit. So
so my take on the Jermaine versus Hitchens fight, I just believe that Richard Hitchens, like Jermaine, is gonna, to the fans' eyes, win, but they're gonna give it to Hitchens, so it's gonna be a controversy
you think
decision.
they'll do Jermaine Ortiz again for the
They're
third
gonna do
time
it
like that?
again. They're gonna do it again for a third time. They did it. they with Tia, it's gonna happen. That's gonna
with
happen.
Loma.
Yep. And with what you were
eh,
saying about Nick Ball,
Yep.
it seems like all the fighters at 126 was a piece of Inoue.
Everybody, listen.
You know what I mean?
Everybody,
Like it seems like
North. Listen.
everybody,
Look,
but
look, look.
Inoue don't want to go up to 126. So what's
Hold up. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Because he's got a more lucrative fight. I think if it wasn't for a fighter by the name of Junto Nakatoni, Naoya Inoue would have went up to 126 already. But you see, he's surrounded. They're coming from the lower weight divisions, and they're waiting on for a one above because he already cleared up the division he's in like a ninja. You see?
Oh, I was gonna
So
say something.
so
Uh,
he's sitting there. He's sitting there right there in the middle. Naoya Inoue already got all the belts. So the money fight is him. So that's why I think he didn't rush to go to 126 just yet, because that Junto fight in Japan, in the Tokyo Arena, that houses 55,000 fans, they're going to pack that. Listen, he almost, to truth be told, he didn't pack it with Luis Pantera Nari. It was something like 50 plus thousand fans. He was close. But with Junto, bro,
let me say
uh,
this. Let me say this.
mhm.
Man, Inoue is so lucky, man, because Rafael Espinosa is good. When he unifies, he's gonna move up to 130. Reason why? Because Navarrete and Nunez is gonna fight in February, if I'm not mistaken, or January, so around that time of next year. So he's Rafael Espinosa is gonna soon leave the 126 division. So anyway, if he gets through Nakatani, he's gonna fight the weakest link, which is Nick Ball of 126. So that's gonna leave
Yeah,
sweet and
he's
sour
gonna
taste.
avoid Shushu as much as possible.
This
Uh,
nigga and Shushu. Yeah, but
bro,
Shushu don't got nothing to offer. That's right. You
but
know,
you got but
he don't got nothing to offer. He got to get a
front line,
belt.
front line. Here's the thing, front line. Rafael Espinosa is gonna beat Shushu Carrington for that WBC belt. I'm telling you.
That interim. Damn. What if your boy gets rocked, bro?
No.
Online. What are you gonna
Shushu is gonna
say?
be a full world champion. He's gonna be Carlos Castro, whatever his name is. He's gonna be because remember when Stephen Fulton, whatever that stuff, that Revolu. But Rafael Espinosa is gonna beat Shushu. Then he's gonna move up to 130 and face the winner of Navarrete or
Hold up.
Nunes.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Yo, Stephen Fulton is no longer the champion at 126 for the 126 pound. What they got is Bruce Karen for the interim, and they still have Ray Vargas, the champion in recess. Hold
That
on, let
dude's
me know.
lost. Where is he?
Wait, I don't know what the hell he's doing, but they have him longer in recess. Like, remember the Charlo twin, the WBC champion? He was like
He has been
um
inactive though.
inactive for like 2 years, and he was still the champion in recess. Yo, they showed Jamel Charles them mad love.
Bro,
Like,
WBC warranty is undefeated.
yo, the WBC does whatever the hell they want, bro. Because like mad people be like strip Canelo or that's Mexican, but I didn't hear them say anything about Charles. Yo, 2 years, over 2 years, he was still the fucking champion, bro.
He must have
No,
been
they
paying them sanctioning fees. That's
they
why.
crazy. Yeah, he might have. Yep, yep. Yep.
But do
And then
you
they
think
fuck with
what
you. They fuck with you. They back you
Rawa?
up because they I can definitely say that at least when he was going through his shit, being drunk, being arrested, the organization didn't turn their back on him. Because there was a lot of time where people were asking the organization to strip him of that belt. And the organization went to bat for him, bro. While he was having a full meltdown and inactivity, they still believed in him that he would come back. You
Rawa,
know, so
for what I said, you think it could be true?
what?
The whole map of 126 and it says Rafael Espinosa fights Bruce Carrington, beats Bruce Carrington, moves up 130. And I think
Where
in
the
a way,
wait, stop. How did you get to Espinosa fighting Bruce Carrington? What did I miss?
because
How'd you get there?
Rafael Espinosa, he's not gonna stay at
Bruce Carrington
126
would
for
never
long.
fight Rafael Espinosa,
He's
bro.
been
Who told
calling
you
him
that?
out. Chushu been
Get
calling
the
him
hell
out.
out of here, bro.
He's been
That's
saying,
just
"Oh,
boxing
we're gonna
talk.
chop down that tree." He's been saying it.
Get the
We're gonna
hell
chop,
out.
and he's gonna
Hey,
get knocked out.
Bobos has a few. He has a question. He says, "Are you going live for the Joshua versus Paul fight?"
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I cover
And
boxing,
then
bro.
and then
I don't
and then
have a
he
particular boxer. I cover
and
all
then
of
Even
the
and
if
then
it's
he
a
boxing.
also
circus.
says and then he also says Picasso and Logan pulling the upset.
Hey, wait, yeah, you're gonna hear this guy.
A
I'm not gonna
few
lie.
moments later.
Yo,
I'm not gonna lie.
they're gonna be like, recoge Picasso del piso. Oye, what are you doing laying down? Yeah, yo, man,
I'm
he's
not gonna
gonna
lie.
knock that boy out.
One of those choices could be true.
Which one? Just
Listen,
habla claro. You know
sin
what I'm saying?
chotear.
Sin chotear, habla claro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, tiro al medio. Which one?
if
What
if
was it?
if Cardenas could drop
Okay.
anyway, Picasso got a punch his chest.
Oh my God! Listen, Carlito.
If Logan Paul can outbox Anthony Joshua for 8 rounds, he has a chance.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. Listen, I'm not sure if you know this, Carlito, right? But I have a picture
I'm just fucking around.
right behind me, right here, of my long lost brother. This is what he
Nah,
looks like, right
it's
here.
not fucking around.
My mom had a child. She was in Japan for like a week, and she had birth a child, but and then they took her on a plane, and the child stood in Japan. And if you ever see him, this is what he looks like. That's my brother. All
Yo,
right.
check this shit
Okay.
out. Carlito, Edwin yesterday on the live yesterday, he said that Alan Picasso has a fighting style of Emmanuel Navarrete and Oscar
Yeah.
Valdez combined. And I
Yeah.
told him, if that is the case, Picasso has a huge chance of pulling the upset.
Okay. First of all,
And here's
right?
why. Navarrete can crack. Oscar Valdez can crack.
But this
Navarrete's
guy can't.
The thing, how I see it,
how you figure he can't?
it's like
He can't.
I can't count out any Mexican boxer. They can pull the upset. It's been shown in history. Respectfully. You know
Any
what
But
I
here
boxer
goes that.
that
Well, Cardenas didn't. Neri didn't.
mean?
no. But I gotta admit, like,
I know who's the
Naoya anyway
kryptonite.
beat his fair share of Mexicans.
I know the
He ran through
kryptonite for
Filipinos. He ran through Puerto Rico. He ran through fucking America. He ran through all those Tibet fucking what are they called?
South Korea,
Yeah, South Korea. He's ran through like
Europe, UK,
he yeah
you know.
Australia.
he beat us all up, bro.
Yeah.
He beat us
But
all up.
but I know the kryptonite for Inoue, but round one doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, man. He doesn't like it.
Why is the kryptonite? Why I don't like it?
The
Why I don't like it?
kryptonite is a 6'1" Mexican from
Ah!
bro.
Yeah,
Rafael
right. But
Espinosa.
you want to
That
know
dude.
something? You want to know something? Check this out.
What?
Check this out. At least your pick is more respectable than Frontline's fucking Bruce Carrington. All right.
Yo,
At least
Shushu gonna put
yours is a
brakes on.
real fucking threat. Your guy
No,
is
I
a
don't
real
believe.
threat,
And I don't
right?
believe. I'm sorry.
I
Frontline.
don't.
Let's be honest, bro.
Yo,
With the top rank diet that Shushu got with the top rank diet. Oh hell no.
yo, Shushu gonna beat the brakes out of
He ain't
Inoue.
beating no nail yeah in a way. This guy is he's on one. Anyway,
He's
at least your guy is
any
better. At
28
least your
year
guy
old
is
and he
better.
hasn't been a champion
He's
yet.
crazy. He's fucking crazy. But let
That's
me
because I'm
tell you why.
biased. I'm
Hold on, hold on.
biased.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on.
you are from New York. Frontline, you from New York. I forgot you're
Yeah,
But
New
I'm
he
York.
not
is.
from New York.
Yeah, he is. You
No
know what
me
I'm
falte
saying?
respeto así. I'm not
Yo,
from New York.
listen. Yo, he got his first job in New York. Stop lying. Don't let him lie to you. Listen.
Yo,
All right, listen,
New
listen,
York.
listen, listen. Let's not. Okay, let's throw him up here. This is why. He has a record of 32-17. He has a 53% knockout ratio, guys. What I mean that when I say that he's not a big puncher like Navarrete, no. What I mean about Navarrete's style and why I said what's his name? The other one,
Oscar Valdez.
Oscar Valdez. The reason why I said that, right, was because Oscar Valdez, although he can box to a certain level of his competition, right? He always loses to the top guys, like the bigger guy, like the better guy. And he's never like the best out of all the champions or even in the division.
Hey, who's that
So
draw against, Edwin?
the draw who? Against Navarrete?
No, Picasso's. Who did
Picasso.
Picasso?
Oh, Picasso. We'll look that up. We'll look it up. We'll look it up.
Okay.
Okay, so he's 5'9". He's 25 years of
5'8".
25. He's 5'8". He has a 70-inch arm reach, a 53% knockout ratio. Now, real quick, I'm just gonna look that up. It's right here. I think it is right here. Right here. You see it, Martin?
140? What?
And that guy gave him problems. But now listen, look. Check this out, guys. Check this out. This is Allen David Picasso's record. We're gonna look down his record. He started his career on a 4-round fight. As you can see right here, it says it was a 4-rounder, and it went the distance. And the first guy he fought had 3 losses and no wins. Okay, Jose right here, Antonio, right? Is it tells you, okay. So that's common though when he's making his own debut. So 4-round fights consistently go down. He got a 6, back down to 4s, jumps up to 8. Then it's just a consistent 8. Then he finally happened to get his first 10-round fight here. And he gradually goes up and he's going up still 10 rounds. I don't see no 12 yet, but we're in 10 round. He has a lot of 10-round fights. And then he hits the 12-round mark here. His first fight at 12 rounds right here, right? Okay, now he goes back down to 8 and then a 10. And then you mean to tell me he's going to fight Naoya Inoue in a 12-round fight? He only fought one 12-round fight. Now, hold your breath. This is what he's up against. This is what I'm talking about. Look, this is Naoya Inoue. 31 fights, 27 ways by knockout. Okay? He only didn't knock out 4 people. His percentage is 87%. 32 years old, 5'5", 67-inch arm reach. Okay, let's see how he starts off his professional career. Look at this. He has no 4-round fights. His first fight was scheduled 8-round fight. He knocked the guy out in the first round. His very first fighter out the gate had a record of 16-4. He had a winning record on day 1. He fought an experienced fighter. He had 1, 2 8-round fights, then to 10 round. From 10 round to 10 round, straight to 12 round. And in his 6th professional fight, he became a world champion. From only 4 fights in his career, he went 12 rounds. The rest of his fights are all 12-round fights. He's in right now in his 26th consecutive world title fight in a row. He has conquered 4 weight divisions, and he has unified undisputed status in 2 of them. You're going to put that up against what? A guy that went 12 rounds 1 time? And you're going to sell it to me it's going to be competitive.
Hey, Raul, can I ask you one question, please?
Yeah, go ahead and speak. Speak. Go ahead, brother.
Okay,
Shoo beats in a way.
Like, hold up, Raul, chill. Answer me just this one question, please. Was Cardenas a DoorDash driver?
No, he was a fork truck driver. Now listen, check this out.
What?
The thing is this, right? When you're that okay, Naoya Inoue.
You understand what I was trying to say, right?
Okay, yes. And Naoya Inoue is a human. He's not a robot. He's not Superman.
You
and
said he was a samurai. You said he was a
can
samurai.
be beat. He can be beat. There's someone out there that eventually might just beat him. Maybe. Or maybe he might walk out like the greats. Terence Crawford, Floyd, those kind of guys. I don't know. Let's see where he ends up. But what I can say is this, that when he fought Romas Cardenas, Naoya Inoue said something real slick one day. They said, Naoya Inoue, why you never take tune-up fights? Why you fight a champion and right away you go into another tough fight after a tough fight? He says, I can't take any tune-up fights or any fights that don't mean nothing. It won't get me out of bed. And my desire to prepare for the fight, I feel that it won't be as high. I need every fight to be dangerous. That's the guy that's finally gonna beat me. I want to look across the ring and I ask myself, are you him? And then, nope, I guess not. You see? So what happened was Naoya Inoue was in a situation in his life that he was embarrassed in his country in front of 54,000 fans with Luis Pantera Nari that put him down the first time. He wanted to prove to his father probably and that he's still a knockout artist. When you're knocking everybody out, you are coming off like a consecutive 11 fight knockout streak, and you had a consecutive with 4 belts. You were on like a 4 fight knockout streak with that. So how are you going to convince that kind of guy not to go out there and look for the knockout? What happens to a lot of fighters? They fall in love with the knockout. They go out there and they stop doing what was winning them the fights, setting it up. Naoya Inoue wanted to get this fucking cab driver out of there, and he almost fucked up. And Roman Cardenas fucking hit a home run right off Naoya Inoue's chin. But what happened? Naoya Inoue tracked that ball all the way to the wall, jumped up and caught it. You didn't hit a home run, kid. Almost. And Naoya Inoue got up off that ground and whooped his ass. So, like, and then Naoya was like, fuck. And then what happened in his very next fight? You can learn a lot from just Naoya didn't knock out MJ. Is there anything in my head that makes me believe that Naoya Inoue can't knock out MJ? Nope. I know he can knock him out. And his father knew it too. But that wasn't the lesson to be taught. The lesson to be taught is, can you follow instructions, Naoya Inoue? Are you now bigger than your coach? Are you bigger than Japan now? That you got it from here. You know everything. No, you went out there and tried to knock Cardenas out and got caught. I don't want to hear you can knock out Naoya. I'm MJ. You know what I want you to do, son? I want you to show me you can follow instructions, and you're going to have to box this guy for 12 rounds. There's your penalty. There's a price to pay for your performance. You almost lost everything going in there with that I want to knock him out mentality. That's not what I trained you to do, Naoya Inoue. And he was punished for that. And you mean to tell me that after he passed the test, he did what his father wanted him to do. He went out there, beat MJ on points, beat him convincingly. Guess what's going to happen against Alan David Picasso? Take the leash off. Get him, boy. They're going to let him beat Naoya Inoue. And you know what's going to happen? Back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yo, what if Picasso comes in with a different? Hold on.
If my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle. Shut up. Listen, he's getting
if Picasso
whooped.
comes in with a boxing game plan and gives Naoya Inoue a boxing clinic, I will be here for the live stream on that one.
The Cardenas stoppage was BS. No, that Cardenas stoppage was it was good. I was glad for it. I was there live for that fight. I was hearing the punches that Cardenas was taking. They didn't sound cool, right?
Hey, Bobos, if you go back to that fight and you watch when Inoue got dropped, you can see security running towards Edwin. to stop him from jumping into the ring.
Yo, stop it, stop. Listen. Check this out,
Oh
Bobo.
man, bro,
Check this out, right? Check this out, right? When the referee stopped the fight, he stopped the fight, and because I even talked to the referee, I got a picture with him, right? He stopped the fight in the regards of Cardenas was solely just taking more damage. He was no longer connecting. His punches weren't reaching. Naoya Inoue had him figured out. He made the adjustment. He never hit him with that shot again. And save your fighter for another day. Roman Cardenas is too tough for himself. Could Roman Cardenas have taken more of the beating for more rounds? Absolutely. But you're going to damage your fighter. I think that the referee saw what I saw. Cardenas wasn't going to come back and win in this fight. There was going to be no more lucky punches. Naoya Inoue was on high alert. You got him with that shot. He's like an elite fighter. When fighters hit Mayweather like Zab Judah, great. Shane Mosley, great. Because you're not going to hit him and get that opportunity again in the fight. The rest of the fight ended and Shane Mosley never landed that punch again. That's called making adjustments. Naoya Inoue was just teeing off. He took away power out of his punches, and he wasn't hitting him with so much power, but a volume of stiff punches. And I'm not sure what those punches felt like, but they didn't look like they tickled. You saw the forehead of Roman Cardenas? That whole shit was black and blue, bro. I can imagine the headache or concussion that man had. I don't think he was going to come back in the fight. No. Could he have gone one or two more rounds? Probably so. But it would have just been he wasn't going to catch up to Nate. He was fading as well. Remember, Naoya Inoue dropped him on the ropes. And if it wasn't for the ropes, he would have fell out the ring. You know what I mean? So he was fading bad. He was tough. Roman Cardenas was tough. Like, he was no punk. He fucking stood up to Naoya Inoue. Yes. He just didn't have what it took or the slick to set it up to fake out such a fighter like Naoya Inoue. He wasn't going to bite. He was just going to stay on the outside and keep doing what he was doing. Pop, 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 pop. And he was piecing him up, bro. And I like Roman Cardenas, and I got him in this next fight that he's fighting right now because I became a fan of Roman Cardenas in that fight with Naoya Inoue. Yeah, I became a fan that day. I fucking signed up. I follow him now and everything because I was like, yo, for you to come out and have enough balls to be the replacement and do that shit, Roman Cardenas, bro, you were this close from fucking changing your life forever, bro. Imagine the surge of energy that went through that Mexican dude when he caught Naoya and Naoya went down, bro. He must have thought, oh my God, I did it. Like, and just, I need to jump on him right now. And like, holy shit, bro. Like, he was like right fucking there, bro. And I gotta commend him because the motherfucker that was scheduled to fight him that pulled out of the fight, let's just remember, who is the guy? Why did Roman Cardenas take that ass whooping? For who did he take that ass whooping for?
For your boy that you're hiding at your house right now,
Uh,
Sam Goodman.
no. Alan David Picasso, the guy he's fighting right now. Remember, Alan David Picasso was the #1 WBC contender and mandatory, and he was supposed to fight him in Las Vegas for the Mexicans, and he denied the fight.
Yeah, I think I
The
remember
next
that. Yep.
the next man in line was Roman Cardenas, and MJ took a step aside money to fight him in Japan or Rio, whatever it was. Yeah, Japan. And he took the step aside money, bro. Yeah. Alan David Picasso was supposed to take that ass whooping in Las Vegas, but they wanted a Mexican kid. That was the whole thing because it was under Saul Canelo Alvarez fought the day before. It was under Mexican independence. So the whole thing to market, we needed, and then Here enters Roman Cardenas under a fluke, because it's not like, you know, he didn't earn the shot, or he didn't earn a shot with him. He should have never been in the ring with him. But talk about step up to the plate and capture your moments and opportunity and be ready. He fucking stepped up to the plate when a lot of people criticize MJ didn't step up to fight you, but they really didn't want his ethnicity. They wanted a Mexican. So it had
If
to be a Mexican.
if you ask me, my opinion, I don't think Picasso is gonna beat Inoue. But the only dangerous fight for Inoue has to be Nakatani. Junto Nakatani
It's
is a monster. That dude is been when he punches, it looks horrific when these fighters, man, they just crumble. You know what I mean? And that fight is a truly, to me, like a 50-50,
it's
in
like a
my
50
opinion.
50.
Yeah, I know to you got in a way 99.9. I'm just playing. But if I gotta pick in that fight, Inoue and Nakatani, Inoue gotta beat the way I see Inoue beating Nakatani, he gotta beat him with speed. His speed gotta be faster than Nakatani. Because if Nakatani lands, then Inoue will get hurt, bro. We're talking about a dude that's 5'8". You know what I mean? He's gonna be bigger than Inoue day of the fight.
Okay,
So
here we go with these, in a way, theories that these guys are gonna beat them because of the size and everything. So now we're gonna have to play this out again, and we're gonna have to put this up on the screen. We're gonna have to put this on the screen
you don't
again.
like why you don't
Hey,
like
and Carlito,
Junto?
you was wrong about the 99.9. When it comes to Naoya, in a way, Edwin is 100% sure. There's no 0.0085% or none of
Yo,
that shit.
hold on. If you're gonna talk about the man, at least let him be present for he could defend himself. There he is, Naoya Inoue. Allow him to be in the room. You know what I'm
That's your
saying? You're gonna be
Japarican brother.
if you're gonna be
Listen,
talking about him.
don't compare the tall fighter that Inoue beat to Junto Nakatani. I don't want to hear
It's
that he
gonna
fought a tall
happen.
fight.
It's gotta
Don't do it.
happen. It's
No,
Pull his
going to
record up,
happen.
Edwin.
It's
sabía,
going to
lo
happen.
sabía.
Because
Pull up,
if you're
Juke.
gonna bring it up, well then you gotta, because you're bringing up height. Like if height is gonna grant you a win
It's not
Yo,
about
against
the
this
height.
guy.
It's the
bring up Junto
combination.
Nakatani's record.
What? Well, hold on. Look.
You
Let
get
me
because
tell you
if
something.
you got
Wait,
him
wait,
in
wait,
the
wait, wait,
ring,
wait, 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 wait. Jamie McDonald, 30 fights, 13, 3 losses, and 1. That's the record that he's now, right? But at the time when he fought Naoya Inoue, the only knockout loss he suffered to is to Naoya Inoue. Here's the one. Look, he's almost 5'10", 5'9" and a half. Actually, he's 5'10". He has a 71-inch arm reach and a half. Okay? All right? He's never been knocked out in his career. He went and fucked around and went and fought. Hold on. Where is it at?
Okay, but him versus Junto, who you got?
Listen, wait. Before I finish my statement, this is important. This guy had the reach, the height, everything. He fought Naoya Inoue at 118. Now, mind you, Naoya Inoue was jumping up 2 weight divisions to fight him at 118. No, I'm sorry. He only moved up from 115 to 118, only one at that time. Yes, correction. Yes. But, okay, so he jumps up 1 weight division, doesn't take a tune up fight, and he fights the champion right away in Jamie McDonald. 5'9, 5'10, longer arm reach, never been knocked out. How long did it take him? He packed that boy up in 1 round. 1 round.
Yes, bro.
1 round. So all that height, all that bullshit, he's fought. He's not impressed.
look,
That's
Mark
not
says
gonna win you the fight.
McDonald isn't
Thank you.
Junto or pound
Thank
for
you, Mark.
pound,
Thank you, Mark. You said it. You said it
but I have
perfectly.
Inoue winning though.
Like I'm gonna take it Inoue credit. Inoue should beat Junto. My opinion, I think Inoue beats Juto. Inoue leads the division. Juto stays, and then Juto fights Bam when Bam moves up to, I don't know, up to 122 after he conquers 118. That's
Well,
that's that's in a perfect world in my eyes.
okay, well then there's a flip side to that
And
coin.
as
Let me
you
tell my
say, and let
story.
me say
Let me
this,
tell
let me
my
say this.
story. When
Let
Naoya
me say
Inoue
this
knocks
before
out
you say. And,
Juto, then he could turn back and fight Bam Bam Rodriguez, right? You know what I'm saying? And then he'll go up to 126,
big,
just like it's going to be. That's how
like
it's going to be.
you say that Inoue be slaying the tall dragons. He be slaying like the King Ghidorahs, the three-headed dragon, the three-headed monster. With the McDonald, with the Juto. The last one should be Rafael Espinosa.
It's a good thing anyways not at 108 because if Chulo's the Japanese Slayer.
Oh,
Well, Chulo Santiago, he's doing his thing. He's taking him out. He's to beat a ninja, you gotta be a ninja. You know what I'm saying? So he's proven that he's a Puerto Rican ninja. So he's going out there and doing his thing. So, either way,
you
I
see that
just
front line?
respect.
You see what he
I
said?
just
You see what Ron Wood just did right there?
what?
He
To be
said
a
What was that?
ninja.
a ninja. He didn't say samurai. Only Inoue is a samurai.
Okay.
You
Check
know,
it
you
out.
know what I mean? A samurai is the highest rank. A ninja is not. A ninja, you
Thanks for
can.
being biased, Edwin.
Okay, but hold up. You do know that both of them are Japanese. Ninjas are Japanese descent. They come from Japan, and the
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but a
know.
samurai
samurai is
comes from
above a
Japan.
ninja.
Yeah, samurai is above a ninja. You know that, right?
Well, that's an opinionated because the ninjas were marked. The samurais were marked by the ninjas because the ninjas say you guys were fools because when you guys wanted to fight somebody, you knocked on their door and announced that you were there. The ninjas said, "Fuck that!" Climbed in through the window and assassinated everybody. And they were veered.
Okay, that makes sense. So Chulo knocks on your door, so he's a samurai. Makes sense. Got it.
You know what I'm saying? Okay,
Dudes going at their country and winning. So okay.
Chulo's is a Puerto Rican samurai. Okay, remember how like America's crazy, right? They'll do shit like in borderline racist shit right in front of you, and then and people will be like real like unbeknownst to it, right? They'll make a movie called The Last Samurai, starring some white dude,
I knew it. I knew it. You was gonna go there.
right? Right? And then you're like, he's the fucking last samurai. Like what? Right? Like, and they'll like do stupid shit right in front of you, right? But the thing is that the Japanese culture is led by the samurai way. It was the highest honor. And then soon they were the ones that were the most hunted. They were sought out and killed. And the end of the samurai way was like brutal. You couldn't be prideful to say that you were a samurai anymore. And then the ninjas were always something they denied. Some Japan, yeah, they're real. And then like the real I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ninja what? Like that shit don't exist. That's a kid's fairy tale, type shit. And so Ninja never was the type of entity that stood in the front line and was like, hey, we're ninjas, we're here. It was always something that was hidden, So I'm not sure because what would be more honorable when the legacy of the samurai didn't end well at all. And
Oh,
the ninja secretly lived in silence for millenniums. I
when it
guess they're
when
still
it when it,
active.
when it talks about honorable, is samurai. This
Oh,
you can
samurai, yeah,
you
yeah.
can't
Hey, Bobos
they
wants to know where do you rank a sumo?
A sumo right under a Ronin, like
all
that.
right,
Like I think Ronins were supposed to be the lowest, but I think Ninja might beat them because you
because
can't claim Ninja for nothing. It's not like like samurais, they fucking worked. They were like the law at one
Yeah.
time. Then they worked for like the kings, the prince, the samurais were the people that carried out and said and dictated things. And then soon they were hunted. They had no more. They had government. Once they adopted the way of government, the samurai was no longer like I guess needed because
And,
the rifle took over.
and what I wanted to say is the thing about with the samurai and the ninja comparison is that the samurai is they have an honor code, and the things what ninjas do it goes against their
Yeah,
honor. You know,
exactly.
you're
Right,
not supposed to
right,
like stab
right,
somebody in the back, kill him from the back. You gotta,
right,
as a
right, right,
samurai, it's like we'll draw out your sword. I draw my sword face to face. Let's go. You know what I
right.
mean? It's
Like that type
things
shit.
like
It was
that. There,
honor. Yeah,
there's a really good game. I don't know if you play games round
yeah.
one or frontline calls Ghost of Tsushima. Oh,
I
beautiful
beat it.
game.
I beat it.
You
Yo,
understand the
I
story of
beat
the
it.
game?
Yeah, I
He
beat it.
was
Yeah,
he
yeah,
yo forgot his name. Sasaki, I forgot
yeah,
his name. He
yeah,
was
yeah.
he was acting more like a ninja because he was the ghost. He wasn't
Right,
doing things
but everything he did, he felt shame
yeah,
because he was taught to be like more. So like every time he
honored.
did something, somebody was like, "Yo, did you just stab that dude in the back?" And he was like, "No, we got to fight like this because they got it. Their whole island got invaded.
Yeah, by the Mongolians with the
Yeah, they
Mongolians.
got invaded. So and then they
hey,
killed
I
like
don't
his
mean to
dad and
cut y'all
shit.
off, but I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow. I gotta get up early.
I
Yeah,
I
yeah.
so
I'll
anyway,
holler at
like
you.
so like
See you frontline is
so
always
so
good.
that
Dale.
whole thing with like the Japan shit and shit like that, right? Um, just to break down like the Japan way and stuff, that must have been fucking a crazy 500,000 year era, whatever that took place for, right? Because imagine standing toe to toe with somebody and slicing each other up with those a big sword. Imagine if you had to do that today. Like me and you, we like to settle our differences. We would go outside and we had like this samurai like suit. Imagine getting a pinky or a finger chopped off and you miss and I hit your fingers and your fingers split. Or imagine if I hit your nose and your nose starts flapping in the fight. Blood is gushing out. We're in the middle of a fucking field. There's no doctors. There's no ambulance coming. There's only horses. So whatever I
Yeah.
hack you up, whatever we hack each other up, what if we hacked each other up, but none of us die right there, but we're gassed out, we're tired. Your face is half gas hacked off. You're missing two fingers. I got you in your leg, but you're not dead. You're just bleeding. Imagine those kind of fights. Imagine the kind of fights what it would take for me to walk into a house and swing. Now, in a sword fight, every time steel hits steel, doesn't my blade get chipped? How many times are those blades chipped? Maybe got fungus on it from a previous fight. I'm not sure if these guys were really, really all that clean. Everybody in Japan, maybe the top guys, but you smacked me in my face with that. You just cut me like this, and then kept it pushing. And I'm in a field, and I wake up 10 minutes later, still leaking, and fucking what? Some coyotes and wolves eat you?
Yeah, I hear you, Ronwood. It's like just by cutting your own gut when you dishonor like seppuku is just crazy to you. You know what I mean?
Yo,
Just
that life back then
yeah.
was crazy. That era, you hopping off
Yeah.
a sword, a fucking Chinese star whips out in the forehead. Down you go,
Yeah.
like
Fighting
nah,
and then imagine fighting uh, uh, a uh, a horde of Vikings and you see berserkers coming out roaring at you, big
no,
old brawling.
that was a
Yeah,
like there's that Netflix thing about
yeah.
Japan. It was like the rise of Japan. I saw the whole thing. I watched the whole documentary on it. Like rulers ruled from this era, from that era. I watched the entire thing, and that was a bloody documentary. It was just war after war after war, and traitor, and this person betraying, stabbing this person in the back, and this person feeding this person poison, and fucking it was just domination after domination for Japan. And then once Japan got to a certain level, that's when everything went, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and check it out, check it out. I like homeboy brought up sumo wrestlers, right? Because when you think about Japanese people, Chinese and Asian, I don't see them as very big stature individuals, you know, like a heavyweight Japanese champion. But and then you think about sumo wrestlers, they're the conundrum, right? Ain't they? Right? They're like these huge men, you know what I'm saying? Big, big. And then you're like, where the fuck does these guys come from? How do they fit in the equation? It's either you're huge or skinny or
Yeah,
like
you can't judge a book by its cover in a sense. Like, look at Otani. Otani is tall, dude. He's like 6'5".
Otani's tall, but he's like an exception. You know, he sticks out in a sore crowd. You know what I'm saying? Like if you've seen him walking, where that America, we have enough giants that they all hang around each other. That it's called the NBA. You know, in
Yeah.
college, like you when you go to like a college game, you see these motherfuckers. They like up here somewhere, and they go hang around with each other. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of them that are that height and that big and that young. A lot of them. So, but I can imagine where does he go out to hang out in Japan? You mean there's Tommy? There's other Japan dudes that are that height that are common? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, so like they're not I don't view them as like 6'8",
No,
six
no, no.
seven, 6'5".
That's why they dominate the lower weight class because
Yeah, I don't
that's
view them like that. Like they're
that's
like
that's
Puerto
like their
Ricans.
perf. There's like
Yeah,
it's like that's their perfect weight class. It's kind of like
yeah,
I think Puerto Ricans are perfect weight class is
yeah.
around
They're like Puerto Ricans. We're not
uh
really
uh
big dudes.
yeah
We
we can
started
I mean
getting big.
we can
We
fight a
came a long
welterweight.
way. We did,
We
but
can fight a welterweight's always been our favorite weight class. I
yeah,
feel like if you ask any Puerto Rican, I think welterweight
we're
is
not that
the
big though. We're not that
yeah.
tall for
We're not
statue.
big, I'm not big. I'm 5'10", so I'm not. That's the best I could do. My parents,
Yeah,
you know what I
you
mean.
better.
My
You,
parents,
you did better than me. You did better than me. I'm like the
Rawa, you
tallest.
gotta trade me, man. I'm trying to get good, man. I'm trying to get brolic.
Listen, listen. Out of my brothers and sisters, I'm the tallest. I'm the tallest, and I'm like 5'7.5", 5'8" on a good day. You know what I'm saying? On a
But you
tall day.
stocky though. You
Yeah. Nah,
like you like hey, you're like Popeye the Sailor Man. You be doo doo.
nah,
Hey,
yeah,
you fly.
yeah. Nah, but I had, I guess I had good body genetics, and I happened to catch it young, and I got big. I got some pictures, bro, that I wish I could show, but the only way I can get them, I would have to call one person that I don't want to call to get the pictures.
Okay,
So,
okay. Yeah, yeah.
I don't
I'll
want to.
take your word for it. I can see it.
Nah,
I
nah,
can
nah.
see it.
But I want you to see it. I want you to see it, right? There's a picture one time. Every time I look at it, I'd be like, damn, man. I remember. I'd be like, wow. Right. I'm outside on the block, right? And like, I have a son that it's not my son, right? He was actually my first love's little brother. So her mom passed away, and rather than putting her little brother in foster care when we were young, we took him. So we raised him like he was our son. So, and I mean, she had him, the custody of him. He was only born 3 days. He was only 3 days old. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's where we started with him. He was literally 3 days old. So so anyway, he was like in this picture, he's like 15 years old, 16 years old. And him and his little thug friends always his little corillo, they would come over the house So I would take them outside, like 4 or 5 of them, and I beat the shit out of all of them. You know what I'm saying? I wrestle with them. I, give them body shots, leg shots. So I would like pin them all down or like stack them against each other and shit, right? So one day we was fucking around and I was whooping their ass. So my girl at the time, she said, "Let's take a picture." And I was standing there, and they were all around me like this. And she took the picture. I want to see that. I want you to see this picture right here. I want you to see the size of me comparison to like 18-year-old kids, 19. Like look at the size of these kids, and then look at me, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
And how much you was weighing around that time?
At that time, like I would fluctuate around 220 to like sometime I would get up there, sometime like 218 was a good weight for me. But I was really big up top.
Yeah,
I was benching 315
yeah,
8 times. I take it off the rack by myself 5 times. Uh I was curling the plates, like the long bar in the plates, the 45 plates. That's what I
yeah,
would use to curl. I would curl that. Uh I was pretty strong, bro. I had a great deadlift. I wasn't really great at squats. The most I ever squat, like 315, I would squat 315 like all day 10 times because it was a comfortable weight for me to squat. But when I started getting like to 400 and shit. I didn't want to be that dude that put all that weight on my back and like
yeah,
fuck up your back type shit because I
yeah.
wasn't competing against nobody. I was just lifting with my boys. That's it. So, and then one year I entered a weightlifting tournament for 1 year. It was kind of like on a fluke. The gym I was working at was having a tournament, but they didn't have enough names to fill the slot, and I volunteered. And I almost won. I
Oh
almost won.
wow.
I almost won. Yeah. I paused 305 at 168.
So you was 168 at
I was
305.
168 pounds and I
Wow.
paused 305 one time. And then the rest,
Strong, man.
the rest, I mean, like I shit the bed on the rest. The dude killed me in the squats and in the deadlift. The only thing I really won was the bench, but my bench, the numbers was so high from them that I had a chance. But he rocked me in deadlift. He like he deadlift some shit like 505 or some shit
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, most likely.
at like 168 pounds or some shit. He
What?
Yeah, he was yo, I'm trying to this black kid was strong, bro. Yo, his squat,
No, he different. No, at
he
168. No,
he
what?
deadlift at 500 pounds at 168, bro. That's how he beat me, bro. He deadlift some outrageous shit. His squat was outrageous. I couldn't catch him. The only thing I did, I put up a big number in the bench. That's what I got. But
Yeah,
mind you, this is a person. It's not like I was training for the event.
yeah.
It's
You
not.
gotta, you gotta train for that stuff.
I was just a guy that worked out in the gym.
Yeah,
They were putting an event. They didn't have enough names, and I signed up. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I was fucking, working out towards something, and then I learned that these guys had the power suits. They had these little suits on like this. They would stretch and put in, and they had all these elastic
the
fucking knee.
belts. Yeah.
Yeah, the knee bands. They had the elbow things.
Don't
And
tell me you just raw dog it. You
that's all. I didn't have no equipment. What you
no
mean? I
equipment.
had
Oh
to.
man, okay, I'll give you extra credit for that.
I didn't have I didn't
They
have
had
none of the
mercy
suit.
cords. They had resistance bands. They no
I didn't
wonder
have
you
none
ain't
of
get
that
no more.
shit. No, I didn't have none of that shit.
Oh
They did.
man,
I
that's some
fucking just did
bullshit.
it. I just did it. I was just fucking strong, bro. That's all.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just
I can't really relate. I mean, I always wanted. Maybe one day I'll get there. All my life I've been fluctuating from weight. I mean, been
probably,
scrawny,
well,
this
probably,
and that. Um,
yeah.
I noticed when I hit 220, or no 230. That was a change to my body. Like, but you notice that I put on weight,
Yeah.
and then coming back down, I'm at 180. But that's not where I want to be at. It's just the cold weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But 160, 168 is always a good weight for me because you got to 165 or 160 or 155 too. But that's if I really want speed because I'm a basketball player. I like to play basketball a
Yeah.
lot, and I need my stamina.
Yeah. Nah, I was just once I started getting big, I started seeing that I started like uh shaping different than other guys. Like I remember the first day I ever went to a gym and I worked out, right? I left the gym and I didn't go back. And it took a while for me to go back because I kept thinking everybody was looking at me because I was curling the long bar with the dimes. I remember my first bench. I kid you not. I had the long bar and the 25s, and I got stuck, and I had to ask for help. And the guy came over, picked it up with one hand, and put it. I felt so small, but the thing was, at the time, I was so scrawny and so small that the alternative was worse for me. My brother was a knockout artist in the neighborhood. He was like considered the toughest kid.
Yeah.
And I was like scrawny, and everybody thought I could fight like him. So what I had to do was I had to start working out.
So you
So
basically you had to catch up.
yeah, well, what happened was all on accident. Truth be told, I got in trouble when I was a kid. They sent me to the farm in Puerto Rico. They had me work on the farm for a while in Puerto Rico. Then I begged my mother after like a year or whatever it was, whatever time it was to come back to the United States, I'd be good. So in doing so, my mother got me into boxing. My mother was the one that was like, "You're going to go into boxing." Right from the boxing gym in Ionic Boys Club, there was a weight room right there of weights, and there was these big dudes working out, and they were buffed. And I was like, "Aha! I want to get buffed." So I started working out, and what actually happened was I stood away from all my friends for like that whole summer, 1 year or whatever. And the next time we met, I was double their size, and they used to be bigger than me, but we didn't say anything. They "You look great," but in my head, I was like, "Nah, I want to be bigger." So I went back, So it was like lifting weights became like a thing, and then fucking before you knew it, I was walking around with soda cans on my chest. Shit was coming out like this. You put the can right
Yeah,
there.
chill. Yeah,
Yeah.
pound for pound king. Yeah, I seen that Russian guy on TikTok that goes to the gym with a mop that weighs like 30 pounds and lifts
Oh
like
yeah, yeah.
crazy.
He picks up everything. Yeah, that dude is
Yeah,
mad strong, bro. That dude's strong.
yeah,
That
that
black
dude's
kid
strong.
that
And
beat me,
it seems like he don't look like it, but he be proving
nah,
them
that
wrong.
black kid that beat me in that weightlifting was like that dude. I
Yeah,
give him
yeah,
that.
yeah, like that build,
He was
yeah.
like him. He was like him. I wish I was that strong and I could tell you the story was different, but no. I lost that day and that kid impressed me. The kid that beat me that day impressed me. I was like, holy shit. He was like that dude with that mop. For sure, for sure. I was like, holy shit, how's he doing that? Because I always thought I was strong. And I'll tell you guys the story. There was times in my life that I thought that I could punch through a wall, bro. Like, I thought I was fucking,
Hulk.
listen, in my
The
fucking
Hulk.
head, bro.
The
That
Hulk.
shit, yo, you fuck around, right? And win a fight and knock out a guy without throwing a punch, that gets to your head. That gets to my head. Okay. True story. uh this is my kid's mother, and my son's probably watching this, and I told him the story how I met his mom, and it's the truth. uh his mom was dating this dude, and she broke up with him, and I was talking to her for like a month. So one day her mom left to Puerto Rico, and she was in the house by herself, and I drove up, And I stood in the house with her for 5 days. When I came out of the house, her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, the dude that was, she was breaking up with at the time, he pulled up with his boy. And he was like, yo, what you doing with my girl? And I was like, well, I wouldn't say she's your girl. You know what I mean? But I'm going to get in the car. And he went to step on the curve and he went to throw a punch to hit me. And he twisted his ankle and got knocked out on the ground.
Wait. Wait.
He
He
fell.
twisted his ankle and
He,
he knocked himself out.
yes.
You didn't
Yes.
touch him at all.
Not one punch, nothing. I never touched him.
What kind of Looney Tunes? What kind of shit is that, bro?
Bro, I won. I won though. And I was like,
he,
yo,
he got knocked out by the wind.
nah, the momentum, I guess. And when he tripped like this and went off the curb, his head slapped off the street.
Oh man.
And he was, bro, his eyes rolled back and he was like, and he came out of it quick.
Yeah, he
But
shot off. Yep.
But if I wanted to, I could have just stomped the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I could have did whatever I wanted to.
Oh man.
I was just like, this is pathetic.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is pathetic. Bro, homeboy knocked himself out.
You literally saw Tweety Birds.
No, but at the time, I remember I think she said, please don't. She told me because she saw my face. She said, she was like, don't, no. And I looked like, and I was just like, I would have been abusador by that time. I would have felt like that.
It would have been overkill at that point.
But I'm not gonna say I was always nice. No, there was point in time of me, I would have stomped his head out. Yeah, I think because of her, and I just wanted to be like that man. Like, all right, baby, I won't do nothing to her. But if she wasn't there and that would have happened to me, I would have probably kicked his face in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I would have been enraged, or whatever. But, there were days that I was cool and days that I wasn't back then. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that happened. That happened.
That's nice. That's a nice story, man. You got man. I can imagine it right now, man. I'm a young guy, as you know. My way of growing up was different from yours, of course. No guidance. That's all I can say. I had no guidance. It's just had to learn things on myself, highs and lows, and things like that. It's just to add something that's similar. Well, I never got into many fights, but I always had I was not the biggest kid, so I always got to face people in that were bigger than me in a sense, like in sports, like in basketball and stuff like that. But yeah, like the thing about over here, like there wasn't no boxing academy. There wasn't things like that. It was just like shit, man. There used to be a boxing gym here, and then the coach was un tecato. You know what I mean? So it's like these trained by my family member, my cousins, and this and that, but the gym shut down, and well, there goes that. So it's like everywhere I look, it was just like no hope. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's not like these great states that has great history of boxing. Let's say Philly or Boston or New York. You know what I mean? Over here, they don't got nothing crazy. Maybe now because we got Dula Mason. You know what I mean? But back then, nah.
Mm. I used to live out in Cleveland, Ohio, and my mother
I'm
was
surprised.
my mother's was born out there.
Really?
My mom was born in Youngstown, Ohio.
Really? What?
Yeah.
What? No way.
Yeah, my mother was born in Youngstown, Ohio. My sister lived in Ohio for like 13, 15 years.
Really?
My
Wow.
little sister Yvette. Yeah. I lived in Ohio for like 3 years. Um, um, and I used to live by Kmart in Ohio, by the Burger King and shit, all the way down in like the
Damn, bro. That was back in, but it's closed now. They closed down.
yeah, they closed down. Yeah, yeah. They're just like wastelands now, like empty
Oh man.
shits, right? Yeah.
You
So
bringing back memories when I was a kid now. Come on.
yeah, like I used to live out there and shit, and you know, the thing is that like my family actually, where we got a lot of our fighting as young child, we used to fight each other, like because there were so many cousins. There were like a lot of us, and they would put boxing gloves on us, and we would box each other. Then
Yeah.
when we got old enough that our fathers or uncles would take us to the boxing gym, that was different. But I never made the cut. I never made the cut. I would love to say that my family was like, yeah, this one's a fighter. Nah. My mother said this is a woman's man. Like he's a ladies' man. He's too pretty. They said to me when I was a kid. They was like that I wasn't gonna be a fighter, that my brother was gonna be the fighter, like my cousin next to me was gonna be the fighter, but that like the women like took me and shit and was like, "You're gonna be a heartbreaker." And then like my aunts told me, "Don't believe any woman. Don't da 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 da. Women are always gonna lie." And it was just like I was always around like women, and like in the game, like in the like in my father's like they're upsetting, like they're bringing up and shit. They deemed them to be better fighters. What
Yeah.
happened was my mom took me from Jersey and brought me to Boston. Then my brother came later. My brother came later. My brother was a boxer, and he used to hang around with this other kid, Bobby. Bobby and my brother would get jumped. Well, not my brother. Bobby would get jumped after school every fucking day because he was like a ladies' man too. Like what they consider me, a guy, a sharp dresser, always combing my hair,
Yeah.
my beard gotta be tight, every like that type shit. So Bobby was bagging like a lot of dudes' girlfriends at school, and they didn't like it. So they jumped him. They beat him up every day. So my brother was his best friend, and she sent my mother would send both of them to school with a stick and a rock every. My mom would, you guys are going to school. Whether you gotta fight your way through the door, fight your way at reset, whatever, but you're staying in the school, learning what you gotta learn, and then come back home. So my brother and Bobby used to come back home all messed up. Their shirts would be ripped. Yo, Bobby would have a little bloody nose. My brother would have a black eye, and my mom sent them back to school. So then my mom took Bobby and Jose and brought them to the boxing gym, but didn't take me. Then I started going down to the boxing gym, and I started like messing around wanting to fight, but my brother didn't want me to fight. Then I started working out, and I started getting a little bit of strong. Then at 17, 16, I started boxing. Then I won that small golden glove shit, and I started
Yeah.
showing I was boxing. Then they started seeing me like unravel. Then, like, soon I was bigger than all of them. I was taller than them, bigger, and it was just the different. It was just different. And then what happened was that mentality that my dad had into my head, where that I was the pretty dude, like I was a woman's guy. I wasn't gonna be a fighter. My dad said that I was gonna live most of my life hopping out of women's bedrooms, getting chased by their husbands with shotguns. He said that was gonna be the story of my life. Like that's what I was gonna be, like that. So I laughed. I laughed about it, but and then because of that, it made me like the treat my brother got the treatment that I think in my family, like it kind of like molded us to what we were, the assholes that we became. Like for instance, when my brother was 10 years old, my father would put him to fight with other kids in the neighborhood like dogs, and they were like on him. So my brother, whatever my little brother did, my older brother had to fight whatever kid in the neighborhood. It had to be vicious too. He treated my brother like a real dog, a little dog like that.
Like
Uh,
yeah,
and then like when my brother would
like a
lose in
savage.
yeah, like when my brother would lose in sparring, he would make him walk outside of the car in Jersey while he would be driving. So my brother would walk down the street. A loser couldn't get in his car, so you had to walk home. So
And
he
why your brother never went got in the career of boxing, if I can ask?
because he made a savage. And my brother was good. And my brother would knock out kids way bigger than him. But when you left the boys club, he'd meet you outside. The fight never stopped for him.
Oh,
He there was times he literally took his gloves off in the ring and picked the kid up and slammed him. He kept,
there's no stop.
yeah, he had no filter. No, my brother, like, unfortunately, this is what I tell you. I'm honest. If you don't hear what I'm saying, this is what molded the assholes we became. I'm not sugarcoating this. We Everybody got it, bro, when we fought, and I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Do you feel regret from that?
No, no, I don't feel regret because of the fact that if I feel regret, I'm gonna feel the remorse of it. I have to heal from it. I can't change it. Even if I regret it, I still couldn't change it. It happened. I
Yeah,
wish it never happened, yes. But regret is something I never want to fall under. It gets you sad, depressed,
yeah,
and you can no longer push through the problem,
that's
you
true.
know. So look, um, I was an asshole. I apologize for everything I did and what I and anything street and stuff. And I'm lucky to be alive. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you
And
for sharing that. Honestly, I
and
appreciate.
and no, seriously, like I was raised in Newark, New Jersey. It was a bad era, neighborhood, bad time. And then I moved to Massachusetts, which was the like heroin capital of the world. My life went really like as a kid crazy. Family members were on the stuff. Pretty soon they were like peepholes in my door and people were sliding money through. I had a bad like upbringing at 13 years old. My girlfriend literally lived in my house with me. By 16, we moved out into her mother's house. We were just kids. Like I told you, her mother died. And well, at this point, her mother went to prison and we took her custody of her brother that was only 3 days old.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And she got her first like apartment, like lied on the lease. I was a kid. I was like 15 fucking years old, bro. And I was hustling and getting money. And then like shit really got out of control after that. But I bounced around from city to city, from state to state. There was a rolling stone. I never felt like, that's why I never pursued boxing. Like I was a great fighter. I allowed the streets and the fast life to take me out of that. I was a complete asshole at one time. Um, I got knocked off my high horse. Um, and I had Nala, my daughter, and she stopped me in my tracks when I saw the way she was born. Uh, she can't walk and her arms don't work. It's like she's a regular person that will not experience that, and it halted me in my tracks. I stopped running. I stopped everything. It made me face reality. It made me take something serious,
Yeah.
and I had to become a man. And I have kids before her with other women. That my kids never slowed me down. Women never slowed me down. I was loyal to my women. Yes, I was. In a weird way, I was that, but um, I didn't stop anything else. And the lifestyle that came with it, the gangs, everything, uh, it consumed me. It consumed
Yeah.
me. And then when I had Nala, bro, 13 years ago, Nala's like, yeah, she's 13 now. She's Yeah, no, she's 12. She's 12 now. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but she was 10 months in the womb. So yeah, 13 years ago. Yeah, that's where I get the 13. And that's when everything like smacked me in the face, man. And uh I stopped talking to my friends. I tried to stop talking the way I talked.
Yeah.
I try like a motherfucker to dress my age. I can't. Sometimes I be comfortable in sweatsuits because I was at a lot of gyms and shit. I just feel comfortable like that,
It ain't bad. Ain't bad.
you know.
It's just you.
And my life took a crazy toll. I went from a one bedroom apartment with 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 Meg, my girl and shit. Like I don't mean to say her name, but she doesn't come from money, and I don't come from money. And she got a job, and I had my job, and now we own our house,
Right.
and you know what I mean. It's like
You know.
uh,
I,
you know what. My moral of all that I said this was that whenever I did things that I took shortcuts and I wanted to make fast money or I never seemed to be settled in life anywhere. And I had a lot of expensive things, a lot of expensive things. I've had some good times. I really had. But I don't got those things today. But everything that I've ever sweat for, earned, and worked for, and strive to work with my wife towards, all that I have today. And that's the difference, that I stopped
yeah.
running and I started trying to build my life. And that right there is the only difference today for me, man. And that's it.
You know something, Rawan, and I want to say thank you for sharing that. Honestly, I appreciate that. Uh, truthfully, uh, I was gonna tell you, you know, why I like, you know, talking to you and all that. You know, tenemos una confianza. We have a,
Yeah.
you know, because it's like I'm a just a young individual trying to just how can I explain it? I like to hear out OGs. You know what I mean? Hear out the older
Yeah.
individual. You know what I mean? Respect my elders and stuff like that. But because there's things in life that I don't know. You know what I mean? I always had to take advice from others. You know what I mean? I always had to take advice to get through some things because my way of living wasn't easy. You
Yeah.
know, the cards that I was dealt with was not easy because I'll be honest with you. Um, I wasn't the best in sports. I couldn't be no boxer. Not what I the cards I was dealt with.
Mhm.
Um, you know, I was always uh, behind, not because I wanted to, because you know it was just that's how I was born.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest with you, Ron. I've
Mhm.
been in and out the hospital all my life. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? That's the reality. That's the reality of my life.
Mhm.
And with that struggle, I know what it feels like to be getting tests done, having to talk with the doctor, the nervousness, the unsureness, all that stuff. You know, stuff that no kid want to go into that.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's stressful. And I remember, but if you look at me right now, you're gonna look at me. You're like, man, you look normal. You look fine. But I got my fair shares of scars. I had my operations done. I had my surgeries. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? And but I got like a warrior spirit. I got a warrior heart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I should have been dead
Mhm.
years ago in high school. You know, I
Mhm.
remember there was doubts if I was even gonna walk the stage, things like that.
Wow.
And it's like when you life is weird sometimes because I don't know what tomorrow brings. But I'm blessed enough that I'm able to speak to you right now, Round One.
Mm-mm.
And when I see you on the boxing voice, when I see you in the border wars, man, that made me smile. That made me happy. Win or lose, I don't care. What
Mm.
just seeing you where you came from and knowing that, man, I had a conversation with this person. You know what I mean? You make me laugh. You make me smile. You're like, I don't know, man. Like I said, you're like if you I don't know. I can identify with you not just because we're Rican, this and that, but it's kind of like if I'm talking to my uncle.
Yeah,
You know what I
man.
mean? If I'm talking with an uncle, to put it like that. And
Yeah.
but in reality, I'm alone because I live alone. I live in my house. You know what I mean? I live, in my own house and stuff like that. And
Well,
sometimes I gotta search the answers that I wasn't given at a young age, and that's what I was trying to tell you.
right, right. Let me, yo, man, thank you for your honesty, man. This is dope, right? I like the conversation, first
Yeah,
of
it's some
all.
real stuff.
And I tell you one thing, right? First of all, you see me, so you know me, bro, right? So if you saw me walking down the street, you'd be like, yeah, that's Round One. You know what I mean? So I hope uh, what we do here and everything and what we talk about and shit, my man, it's all real. You know what I'm saying? And I talk always from the heart. I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm not never fake about anything that I do, man. So I always appreciate conversation because you never know what I be going through in my days and shit. And sometimes it's good just to get a few words out. You don't always have to be throw yourself out there. I'm old enough to read between the lines in some things and some areas and maybe one day we'll talk off the air and stuff and even talk about other things and stuff. But um look, I I know what you're talking about, man. I look at my daughter and I will watch her situation and her surgeries and things, and I think
Yeah.
as a father, am I pushing the envelope sometimes? Would she have been a different person? Because I'm telling you right now, if she was given the right, everything the right, she'd probably be take over the world. She's probably going to take over the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because she has this look. She has like this little group in school or little posse, and they're constantly doing things. And she's like, she has a great heart, but I see she has a tough challenge ahead of her in life, and there might be a point in time that I might not be there for her, but that's neither here or there. But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but let me tell you just one thing before we end this tonight. We're all born in this world without a manual. Don't be so hard on yourself for what you should or should not have been doing or done. You know, I should have been a lot of things in my life, but I live for today now, and I only do what I can today. I want to reinvent myself. I want to give back to boxing. I want to talk about something while I have this kind of time and moments. I created this. You're a part of it, you know? So, um, look, remember one thing, a thought is neither bad or good unless you put action behind it. It's okay that you can think bad thoughts, good thoughts. That's what your brain is for. You need to learn how to navigate through them and choose the right thoughts. You're always going to be a reflection of what you feed the most. If what you feed are negative energy, well, then your thoughts are going to be of that. But if you're stronger, positive side or side, it's whatever side you feed. I was a very aggressive person, a very spontaneous person today. Now I talk about a lot of things. I've learned how to use my my situation and learn how to think my way through some things. You know what I mean? So that's what old age does for me, you know? But
Yeah,
don't be so hard on yourself, man.
yeah, I try not to, man, for
Yeah,
real.
yeah, brother.
Because
Uh, this is always a place for you. You know what I mean?
appreciate that.
You
And I
know?
want to say this, like, I remember waking up this morning, I was like aching and pain and stuff like that, and I gotta get ready for work.
Yeah.
When I got the news that Chulo Santiago won
Ah,
at Japan, bro, I felt so motivated. I got up, I felt like a boost of like, man, I'm about to conquer this day. And and it was just a shift of like my mood, this shift to like positivity.
right.
And I'm just glad that I got home from a long day's work and I was able to talk to you because I know I haven't talked to you for a while, and I
Yeah,
feel
that's all right.
bad
Well,
sometimes. But I always
yeah,
try to catch up with as much as I
catch
can.
up. Yeah,
You know what I mean? And
yeah,
even though I should be going now because tomorrow I gotta wake up early, but I just wanna let you know that, man,
absolutely.
you just know you inspired me to
Thanks,
soon.
hermano, man.
Hey
You know
man,
we
so
there,
sooner
brother.
or later, hey man, one day I'm gonna tell my story, my voice, my testimony to the world. I'm just preparing little by little, get stronger, feels more confident because a lot of people want to hear my story. A lot of people need to hear me because a lot of people do go out there. I mean, a lot of people do got situations that are similar to mine.
Yeah, yeah.
I know what it's like to see little kids struggle with their health, and that breaks my
Hmm.
heart because
Hmm.
if I got the littlest strength, I put my life on the line for them, even though I got my own issues. But I just feel like I just want to defend the defenseless. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. I see. I could see the warrior spirit inside of you. And the passion that you have, and uh, for this sport. We don't all have to be warriors to, be considered a warrior inside. Warriors come in many different shapes and forms. Remember that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, to my fellow brother warrior, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for talking with
Yep.
me
Thank
right
you.
there. No, absolutely. It's about that time. My wife should be peeking in. You know how she do. Gotta
Yeah, I'm
go
gonna
over there.
get some rest, man. I
Yeah,
gotta work tomorrow, but thank you, man. Sorry
absolutely.
it got the
Nah,
light went longer than usual, but I just
it's
want to make
okay,
sure
brother.
that I'm not lost, that I'm not missing an action, but I'm still around. Just gotta
Yeah,
handle
yeah,
some business.
yeah,
Hopefully
man. And
one day,
I'm glad that you popped in.
yeah, hopefully one day I'll get my setup going, and you probably see
Yo,
me on
whatever.
Carlos out there.
Listen. What are you talking about? Maybe one day you get your setup ready. You're fucking on the show now. All right. When you get your setup, you get your setup, but you're already rocking on the show, and I'm thankful for you to come by. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, here tuning in here at Round One
Peace.
Sports TV. You guys have all been the best. Well, I always love to talk boxing. You guys know it here at Round One Sports TV. But sometimes we can talk about other things. What's on your mind. And I'm a bit of a conversationalist myself, and I enjoy a good topic. So Round One Sports Talk family. I hope you had an amazing time. Please give me that thumbs up button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And like always, I'm on to the next one after this one here at Round One Sports TV. Peace. Good night, Carlito, and everybody else.